If the fence rests, let's lay it down. Gonna dig deep, wave that verdict round. The defense rests, time to analyze. With the evidence, we'll unveil the crime. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Hello. Good morning. I didn't just get out the shower. No, sorry, Bob. I did not. Good morning. How for art we all? We all excited? New trial. Whip that up in a hop, skip, and a jump. Pulled that one right out of the archives. So, a couple of things. We're on verdict watch for the Colin Griffith, trial, which I have in the background. And I will be watching, and if by chance a verdict is reached during this stream, we will switch straight over, don't worry, and come back. Second, the universe did not align for us yesterday with the start of our dual streaming of the Gangland Wars in Melbourne. Apparently the hello sweetheart. Good morning all. Good morning Christine. Hello Mr. Elizabeth. How far out there? Udi, how's your duty? Hello. Hey Ted. Hey Anna. Welcome back. We missed you yesterday. Well, actually, you didn't miss much. We ended up having to take it down. The actual clip that we chose to play was banned in quite a number of countries, apparently. Oh, whoops. So, yeah, we didn't get a strike or anything. It was just that they shut the stream down. And having looked into it a little bit further, I think had we have stopped it, like if we'd known that was what was the case, had we have stopped that video, I think we would have oops, we would have been allowed to continue on. But I think at that point, with all the IT stuff and background stuff we had it before the stream, I think we both went, yeah, I can't be fucked. I know, my head was about to explode. So that's the two bits of housekeepings. Now this is a new trial. It's about Megan Boswell. I think it's in Tennessee, yes. And baby Evelyn, it's a 15-month-old baby. So trigger warning for this. I don't know what they will be showing, but the jury has been warned that there is photos of a body in various stages of decomposition that they need to be aware of. So, and also, if we have time, I don't know how long this is going to go for, if it's going to go for the full 8 hours, but if by chance they cut it short, we will continue on. We'll start the Nasiah Harris preliminary hearing. All right, so we have a backup plan, and we're on verdict watch. So we've got three fingers in 3 pies. Oh, good morning, Miss Tricia. Hello, darling. How's your knees? I'm not ignoring you, I promise. I just have not had a chance to scratch myself to even return an email. I'm sorry. I have read it. I don't think you've sent any more since that one. I'm sorry. I think if I could have started this week over again, I would have. That's for sure. Right. So they're reading jury instructions at the moment. I'll give you a little bit of just threw together some photos because I whipped this up with the day's notice, not even. So some photos of beautiful baby Evelyn. She's just gorgeous. Have a look at that face. Look at that. She was apparently found wrapped in tinfoil of some description, and the medical examiner basically stated that she was alive before she was put into the foil or something like that. There was, I don't know all of the details, but I think the mother, basically, I think she said she was, no one had seen the child for like 2 months, and she kept saying she's at her mum's or she's at somewhere else, and just kept filling people with lies. And it was 2 months later that the baby was found. So they actually issued an Amber Alert in Tennessee for this child in December, and then the body was found in February, I think. So, yeah. Look at the face. No, my poor baby. Yeah, right. Sorry. Innocent until proven guilty. Sorry. Look at her. So this is Megan Boswell. She looks about 12. Good morning, Christine. What am I? Hello, Trixie. Hello, YouTube. Wouldn't let you. Yeah. It wouldn't let him say hottie. But it allowed Elizabeth to say cupcake. Funny as fuck. Special. They're still reading jury instructions. It's a nice courtroom, actually. It's nice wood-lined, much more modern looking than the last one. I actually caught a glimpse of something as I was scrolling through looking for this feed, but I didn't get a chance to read it, no. So fill us in. Do you want to jump up? You're welcome to join me if you want, 10. Now, did everyone see? I put up some shorts today because I was going through the testimony after we logged off yesterday, just to see what I could find. And apparently, let me see if I can find the short. Where are they? There we go. Shorts. Yeah, I was going through the grandmother's testimony. And there's some stuff in there that I don't recall hearing. Like, apparently her father thought of her as thought of Kathy as damaged goods, which, yeah, is horrible. And yet he still went on the trip with her to Australia, to California, to meet, because Kathy wanted to meet her paternal grandmother, sorry. But no worries, sweetheart, no stress. So Kathy then calls her mother and says, "Oh, Dad's going to take me to California to meet grandma, but you have to pay for it. And the mother, okay, no questions asked. So that got me thinking, A, could Kathy be, we're all products of our own environment and experiences. Could she possibly be projecting that onto Colin? Because that's what she learnt. Like, is she looking at him as damaged goods, perhaps? And that could explain maybe some of the animosity there. Is the mother an enabler? But also this one here. Can I play my own video and share it? Hopefully. Share this tab instead. Okay. Unmute Jody. Nope. What? Hey. Huh? Want that one? Thank you. Miss out. Yeah, here we go. All right, here we go. Oh, okay. Are you ready? Now that I've got it worked out. Oh, fuck. Why does it do that? Oh, now I've lost the page. Breathe, Jody. Just... that makes me smile. Right, now let's start again, shall we? Share screen. I've lost my overlay. It's a bedtime yet. This my overlay. Yeah. Okay, ready? Go.
He's claiming that Inaki actually tried to murder you, correct?
Yes.
Is that true?
No, he's never tried to murder me.
It was a lie. Lies, I tell you.
So that's something that Kathy threatened and claimed that just simply wasn't true, right?
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
Has she done that on other occasions, make things up?
Yes. Yes. She made up that I was diagnosed with Lynch disease, which is it's an auto-recessive disorder where people have to have, they're more prone to cancer. So she said that her insurance company was forcing her to have a hysterectomy because of that.
To pick up Inaki for charges of attempted murder and assault against.
Okay, and then there was, let's see if I can do this one. Oh, that's kicked me straight back off. Where is it? This one. All right, now this one is all to do with her father's wife. She went around there and the house wasn't up to scratch, wasn't clean enough. So this is what she did. Oh. Why does it do that? It just kicked me straight off. I'm going to lose my shit in a minute. Try again.
mad at his wife because the house wasn't clean to her standard. And she said, I'm going to call DHS, which in our state is Child Protective Services, that Isabella was not taken care of, that she was in danger, something. I know DHS ended coming up to John Melendez's house. Of course, the investigation proved that there wasn't a problem. And John just said, I will never have anything to do with her again. She crossed the line.
That was her father.
She got.
All right. Now, let's go all the way back again to where we're supposed to be. Right. Testimony is evidence, people. Hello, how are you? Yes, you have been getting a lot of pings because, yes, I have been very busy. No, I don't know anything about this one. It was one that popped up yesterday and just, yeah. She's only the victim because she's dead. Oh, I don't want. Oh.
Inquiry by Tennessee Bureau
This
of
is the reading of the
Investigation Agent
indictment.
David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement case.
We'll go back to the
Detective
start of that if you
Sergeant
like.
Matt Price of investigation said false statement concerning the contrary to Tennessee Code annotated crime of aggravated child neglect, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A2.
Right, that was a
In
jury
such a manner
instructions.
as to inflict serious bodily injury, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, aggravated child neglect, count 5.
Oh, I've only
Grand
just
jurors
started,
for
Don,
Sullivan
so
County,
it's
Tennessee,
could
being
be
duly impaneled and sworn upon their oath
5
present
hours,
to
I don't
say that
know.
Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly neglect a child, Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child 8 years of age or less, so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare. And the act
That
of
was
neglect
never
resulted in
seen.
serious bodily injury to the child,
There's no witnesses.
Evelyn May Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, tampering with evidence, count 6.
Oh, great.
The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously alter, destroy, or conceal evidence with the intent to impair its availability, verity, or legibility as evidence in an investigation. The said Megan Boswell, knowing that an investigation was pending or in progress, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-16-503, a Class C felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 7. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement
I'll have to
in
do it
response
tomorrow
to a
because I
legitimate
just don't have
inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Tracy Haraz,
I don't
a
have it in
law
me today.
enforcement
Sorry.
officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning Evelyn Boswell and the defendant's claim that her infant child was with the child's father, Ethan Perry, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report.
Delicious.
Count 8. The grand jurors for Sullivan County,
Rainbow
Tennessee,
sherbet.
being duly
Takes a
impaneled and
fruit tingle.
sworn, upon their oath
Don't
present
think
to
I stay up
say
all night.
that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detectives Michelle Gillum and Tracy Haraz, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or...
So who's William? What have I missed? Oh, I only know, oh, excuse me, William McLeod, which is Megan's mum's. Okay. Okay. I'm up to speed now. Right.
incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter and her alleged efforts to locate
What's
her
Mike's
daughter,
hard lemonade?
contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated
I like the
Section
first 2 words.
39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 9. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully,
Ask Millie too.
knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in
Actually,
response to a
I think I think Tanya subscribed on Millie's behalf.
legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Lieutenant Steve Williams, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter,
It's like
Evelyn
I'm pulling
Boswell.
teeth.
Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur.
Oh,
The said false statement concerning the alleged last physical contact that the defendant had with her infant
Ooh.
daughter and Ethan Perry's alleged refusal to respond to her text and voicemails regarding
Look
her
at that.
daughter following an argument with Ethan Perry
I need a
about the
fucking drink
custody
this week,
arrangements
that's for sure.
concerning her daughter. Contrary to Tennessee
Mike's
Code
hard
Annotated,
lemonade.
Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 10. The grand jurors for
Actually,
Sullivan
corrupt
County,
God.
Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn,
Oh.
upon their oath
We may be able to do it in the lunch break, but that might not be for a couple of hours. So if you're going to go to bed, probably not going to be conducive. Sorry, just a thought.
present and say that Megan Boswell,
Just ignore me.
on or about February 18th, 2020, in the
Thank
state
you.
and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully,
Hit that like button.
knowingly, and feloniously
Biatches.
make a statement in response to a legitimate
Thank you.
inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler,
Ooh,
a law enforcement officer,
I think I need to get
concerning a
drunk.
material
Tam.
fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged last physical contact with her infant daughter and the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter, even though she had concerns that her daughter was possibly injured. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 11.
Oh,
Grand
God.
jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath, present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 19th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement
Feloniously.
in response to a legitimate inquiry
Proudly sponsored
by
by.
Federal Bureau of Investigation agents Jeff Blanton and Todd Wilcox, law enforcement officers,
Yeah, she's quick.
concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and
Actually, I
with the
think I've got a
intent
list of these.
to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged time frame of when the defendant gave her infant daughter to Ethan Perry to keep, since she could not handle her daughter anymore, and Ethan Perry's alleged threats to take the defendant to court to address the custody of their daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 12. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath, present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern,
That's her charges.
to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged claim that she last saw her infant daughter in the custody of Ethan Perry on December 26, 2019, and that she had not contacted the police to report her missing child on the advice of Angela Boswell, the defendant's mother. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 13. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath, present.
All right, let's have a quick look at this whilst they're reading that. Let's see. Media advisory, Megan Boswell trial. Okay, well, that was boring. That is her felony murder charge, and that looks like it's the same bloody thing, is it? I didn't do that in a hurry at all. Yep, no, okay, not mind me. As you were.
From preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The the said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, possibly having her infant daughter, but refusing to share with the defendant the location of her daughter and whether she had custody of the defendant's daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502,
Ooh.
a Class D felony, and against the peace
Neither
and
do
dignity
I.
of the state of Tennessee, signed
I'll have
Terry
a-
P. Staubus, District Attorney General.
I'll have a cowboy occasionally if it's dead. And maybe a sip of Bailey's Christmas, but that's about it.
Charge, false report,
Oh, yum.
count 14. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath
I
present to
used
say
to,
that
yes.
Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020,
I got pretty
in the
mint.
state and county
loaded.
aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident.
Is Tennessee a death penalty state? By chance? Just
Within the officer's concern,
singing out loud.
to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or
Oh, you're
continuing
cracking
to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother,
Oh,
Angela Boswell, allegedly
so that could have been on the table. Wow. Wow. Because it's first degree felony, isn't it? That she's been charged with. Where's my charge sheet? Yeah, first degree. Tampering with the evidence, aggravated child abuse, neglect, and endangerment under 8, I think. And then I can't read it with that there. And I can't read it with that there. Oh, what was it? Abuse of a corpse and refuse, neglect to comply with death under suspicious circumstances. Sounds lovely.
having taken her infant daughter in mid-December of 2019 and refusing to tell the defendant of her daughter's location, and that she allegedly did not call the police
Oh,
to report.
hello, madam.
Hello, my dearest.
Hello. How are you?
I'm grand. How are you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, next. Okay, then. There we go. How's that? Better?
Yeah, my head's big, but it's okay.
Are you feeling better?
Yeah. I'm good.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm good.
Excellent.
I think I'm finally at 100. Oh, I love the outline you made. I'm glad you're covering this case. I actually know this case. I don't know
Oh, do
most
you?
of the ones you covered. Yeah, but I'm aware of this one. Mhm.
Why is that?
This is sad. This is so sad. This case.
Yeah.
It's awful.
So how did you hear about it?
I something come across my YouTube feed, and I started reading up on it a little bit. I don't know a lot about it, but I know a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah, no, it
Hey,
popped up.
Elizabeth. Hey, Trisha.
Popped up yesterday, I think, when we were looking for the feed on, because the bloody ASAP trial is just dominating everything. So the trial I was following with the socialite, you're just getting snippets of it, or Zoom audio. That's it. It's So I spent most of yesterday searching for stuff, and that was one thing that I came on. And Elizabeth knows the mother's boyfriend, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in this case. So I thought, why not? We'll cover it. Well, we
There
went
you go.
verdict watch now with the Griffiths case. So
There's no point in covering something that everyone else is covering. You cut your audience down that way.
yeah. What, is no one else covering this case?
I haven't seen anybody else covering it.
Ah, cool.
It was just a news station that was
Yeah,
saying something on it.
WLFN or something.
Yeah.
Tennessee.
Yeah.
Ah.
I'm redirecting to you, by the way, when I get done.
I've
with this
redirected to you too today, I think.
stream. Okay. Thank you.
That's right. Oh dear. Should I? Yeah, well, I'll probably be on for at least another 4, probably. This one's live, so.
Well, fun. Well, I won't interrupt.
Yeah. Are you streaming
you.
today or not?
Yeah.
What time?
Let's see. 3 hours.
Oh, if you want to hang, you're welcome to. We're just
Sure.
watching. So if you want to join us, that's
Sure.
you're more than welcome.
I can for a few minutes.
No whackers. Oh, whip us back into. Ta-da! Look at that.
Nice pause face.
Report her infant daughter missing out of fear that her mother, Angela Boswell, would harm Evelyn Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-13.
Sonny Young, I think.
Sorry, let me go back. Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony,
Hey, you to have. I
and
didn't
against
see
the
you.
peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus.
How did you get a different font?
charge? Count.
If you go into StreamYard style, you can choose the font now. It's above the default camera.
Oh, you have to have
Ah.
like the super professional plan, though, don't you?
Oh, do you?
I'm asking. Do
I
you?
don't know. I do have it, but I thought it was
Oh.
just an upgrade in. This is only new.
Okay. Well,
You don't have it? Sorry.
I have the one where you can stream in 1080p, but I don't have the one where you can stream in 4K.
I don't know. I'm on the business one, the top plan, because I've got
I hear you, girl.
3 as I stream a few different people at the same time, so I needed it.
Gotcha.
I've got 3 studios going.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
one
wow.
for me and Tan, and one for Tan.
Okay, cool. Do y'all
Yeah.
like share the cost of it or
The
something?
grand jurors for Sullivan
Ah,
County,
works out
Tennessee,
the wash
being
stuff.
duly impaneled and sworn,
I had it anyway,
upon their
so
oath,
she might as well
present and
use
say
it.
that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020. in the
It
state
just
and
makes
county-
it easier that I can have these studios set up ready with all of their logos and all that, and just flick between them instead of having to reset one stream over and over and change
Yeah.
it. I can just
I have a friend of
flick
mine
through.
on my StreamYard too,
Yeah,
because she couldn't
I'm
afford
paying for it
anymore.
anyway, so she may as well use it.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, we had the shittest stream last night. It was our launch stream of our dual stream yesterday. The planets could not have unaligned more.
You
Tan
should have hit
kept-
me up. I would have helped you.
Jan kept dropping out. Her internet went down, and she was hosting it.
Oh no.
So she'd done this presentation, but she'd saved it on PowerPoint, and I don't have PowerPoint, so I couldn't read it. And oh my god! And then we got kicked off
I
YouTube.
got PowerPoint. Yeah, if you ever need anything like that, just hit me up.
Oh,
I'll help out.
Thank you. We got booted anyway because we put a video up that was banned in 274 states and didn't realize. Oops.
Couldn't
Yeah.
have helped you with that.
Nah, so we called it a day. We'll start again next week.
County aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully,
though.
knowingly, and
Uh-huh.
feloniously make a
Here's a
statement
shit
in
show.
response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's
me.
concern,
Me.
to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The
wonder
said
why
false
death penalty
statement
wasn't put
concerning the defendant's
table.
mother,
Or was
Angela
it?
I can't
Boswell,
hear you. What?
having allegedly taken
I wonder why the death penalty wasn't on the table. Or was it in the pretrial stuff? I didn't watch any pretrial.
I didn't hear. I didn't hear if it was or not.
Mm.
I think because she didn't intend on it, it has to be like a
Yes,
plan.
she's charged with first degree.
Yeah, she's charged with first degree, but it still is. She didn't like go out with the intention of doing it. It just She just did
I
it.
thought that's what first degree was. It had to have premeditation. No? To get that charge?
It depends on the state.
Okay.
What state is she in?
Tennessee.
Tennessee doesn't have the death penalty.
Oh,
Yeah,
she was only 18 and no priors. I thought it did.
No, I don't think so.
No?
I'm going to double check right now.
I was just curious, that's all. And
her infant daughter because
I'm
Angela
not really.
Boswell believed that the defendant owed her money, and that the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell,
do you know the best way to learn how to YouTube is on YouTube.
Yeah.
They teach you
you're not
everything.
joking.
Because I've been watching Christine's channel, poor bugger.
No, it doesn't. Mm-mm.
She's decided that she's live
If
streaming.
you can
but,
believe everything you see on Google, that is.
yeah.
But according to this site, what site is this? This is Wikipedia.
And I reckons they do. Yeah, she does look about 14, doesn't she?
She does look young. I
Yeah.
noticed that yesterday.
Yeah. But she's got no prize and she's 18, so
had
that's why.
allegedly told her
Hold on,
that
apparently.
Evelyn Boswell would not be returned to the defendant until the money was
Tanya,
paid.
I like your avatar.
Contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the
Our
state
song.
of Tennessee.
Our tandem true crime song is awesome.
Is it?
I love it. Yep.
Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 16. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 21st, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David
Oh, why are
Graff
we back?
and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective
Well, listen
Sergeant
to
Matt
this.
Price, law
I've
enforcement
clicked the
officer,
wrong fucking thing, haven't I?
concerning a material
Her first soccer
Oh.
game, learning.
Jody, get it together.
You know, we have opening statements.
Yes,
Opening statements.
Good morning.
Wow, could have brushed your hair.
Today we're going to talk about Evelyn Boswell for a few minutes. In 2019, Evelyn Boswell was a bright, growing little girl, full of life, healthy, learning to walk, learning to talk, doing all the things that a 12-month-old child would do. Which means today, 5 years later, Evelyn Boswell
shit.
would be 6 years old.
Oh, that's
She would-
right, because it happened in COVID, didn't it? Yeah,
Yeah, that's when it happened. And
5 years.
took too long to come to trial. Way too long.
Kindergarten, learning to read, maybe taking her first ballet class or her first soccer game.
So she was 18 when she was charged, so she's 23 now.
That's a
So,
long time to come to trial. Jeez, what took so
Right.
long?
Learning to tie her shoes, all of the things that we think of that are firsts for 6-year-old children. But based upon the last 2 days of our jury selection, we all know that Evelyn Boswell is not going to do any of those things. We all know that all of that was taken away from her in December of 2019 by the defendant, Megan Boswell. And her life wasn't just cut short. It's not just a tragedy. Her life was violently ripped away from her. And we can all agree that it's a shock. It's a tragedy when a child dies. It's upsetting. It upsets all of us. You'll hear phrases like "gone too soon." What a tragedy. A child has such a life ahead of them. And a lot of times it is a tragedy. And in this case, it's a tragedy too. But in this case, it was a preventable tragedy. There's so much more to this story that you are going to hear. Because Evelyn did not have to die. Evelyn could be here today. And so today, 5 years later, we are asking you to give justice to Evelyn Boswell. During this trial, you will learn
Sounds like me today.
that the one person, Evelyn's mother, Megan Boswell, who was entrusted more than anyone else to take care of her, to keep her safe, to protect her, that she failed her in the worst possible way. You will hear proof that the last time Evelyn Boswell was seen alive was December 6th, 2019. You're going to hear that date a few times during this trial. That is the last time that Evelyn Boswell was seen alive.
Bye.
And that was just a few weeks after her first birthday. And you're going to hear from many witnesses who saw Evelyn frequently, saw her all the time, family members, Megan Boswell's friends, that all of a sudden are like, where's Evelyn? Where's Evelyn? We're not seeing. They're concerned. And they would ask Megan Boswell about it. And every time Megan had an answer. Megan concocted a story. And I'm not going to tell you now what she said. You're going to hear that in the proof. But she told all kinds of different stories, depending on the person that she was talking to. And you will hear from those witnesses today. But you will hear, or this week, but you will hear there was concern. You know, they knew Megan. They thought they knew Megan, I should say. And so they wanted to trust that what she was telling them was the truth. But it was not the truth. So after December, what happens next? We have Christmas, New Year's. Where's Evelyn? There is no Evelyn. You will not see any proof that Evelyn was seen at Christmas, New Year's. Then we jump to January. The entire month of January 2020, 31 days. Where's Evelyn? There's no Evelyn. People are really starting to get concerned, and Megan Boswell continues to concoct stories of where Evelyn is to try to help people make sense so she can keep this going. The entire month of February 2020. Where's Evelyn? Again, at this point, family is really starting to get concerned that they have not seen Evelyn. And they're asking questions. Months pass. We're not talking about weeks. We are talking about over 2.5 months that Evelyn Boswell is missing. The defendant is not even just canceling her well visits. She's no-showing. She's just not showing up because she knows where Evelyn is. But again, even to the pediatrician's office, she has to concoct a story about forgetting the appointment maybe, or I got my days mixed up. Always a story. Always a story. So we know now, we did not know then, but we know now that from early December, Evelyn Boswell, even though it had not been reported by Megan Boswell, Evelyn Boswell was a missing child from early December until almost the end of February. She was a missing child. And the only person who knew that, the person who was entrusted to take care of her the most, is the only person who knew that Evelyn was actually missing. And she just left it unreported. Over 2 months later, finally, Megan Boswell's dad, Tommy Boswell, finally essentially puts an ultimatum down on his daughter and says, I'm tired of the stories. If you don't show me my grandchild by the next day, I'm essentially calling the police. Well, Megan knew she could not do that, and she did not do that. And Tommy Boswell finally was the one to report Evelyn missing on February 18th of 2020. Finally, law enforcement gets involved. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation gets involved. The FBI gets involved. All hands on deck to find this missing child. She's finally reported missing. But it's important to note that it was not Megan Boswell that reported her child missing. Megan Boswell never reported her child missing. So you're going to hear from December of 2019 until February of 2020, when it's finally reported, that the defendant's biggest believable story, that really is probably what kept the family from reporting earlier, is she was saying that Evelyn was with her father, Ethan Perry. And you'll hear a lot about Ethan Perry, and you'll get to hear from Ethan Perry yourselves. Ethan Perry is actually not Evelyn's father, but Megan led him to believe that he was the father. And everyone, for all purposes, also believed Ethan Perry was the father. So to the family, they're like, well, that's good. He's stepping up. The father's stepping up. That's good. We're proud of him. And that is the story that Megan Boswell told mostly to her family, to her friends. You were going to hear a lot of testimony about her just telling everyone that Ethan Perry has gotten Evelyn. First, you'll hear that they're trading weeks, but doesn't make sense because people are still not seeing Evelyn. So then Megan took it one step further, where he took her to court and got emergency custody, blaming her for something. And again, not true. There was never court. There were no documents. Juvenile court was never involved. It was just another story that Megan Boswell was telling because she knew where Evelyn was, and she had to keep perpetuating this lie. Interestingly enough, she didn't think it through completely because Ethan Perry at the time was in the Army in Louisiana. He lived in barracks, and I think we all understand and know that in the barracks, there's not going to be a toddler running around. But Megan Boswell, in perpetuating that story, she didn't care. She got the entire Army involved in this to go investigate this poor guy who was trying to serve our country in Louisiana, pulling him out of his duty. I can't imagine the chaos that caused, all because Megan Boswell wanted to perpetuate this lie. And Ethan Perry didn't even see Evelyn in December. You will hear that he came in to visit his grandparents on leave. He never saw Evelyn Boswell over Christmas or over December. We all know why now. But at the time, Megan again tells the story. Evelyn has the flu. She can't come. And you will hear the testimony that no one saw, no one, not Ethan Perry or anyone else saw Evelyn Boswell in December. The hard part. From early December of 2019 until later when her body was found, Evelyn was always in the same place. And Megan Boswell knew that. Megan Boswell knew that because she is the one that put Evelyn there. She placed Evelyn's body in a kitchen trash can, her own trash can from her home, from the trailer that she shared with Evelyn. And she hid that trash can in her own childhood playhouse on her father's property, a playhouse that you will see no one has been in for a very long time. And that it was Megan's. It was personal to Megan, not to anyone else. And you're going to hear that Evelyn was put into the trash can upside down is the best way to describe it, head down, in a bag of trash, filled with food debris, broken eggs, her body just placed in there by the defendant. you will see that there was a blanket tightly wrapped around Evelyn's body, pulled up over her face, and quite a bit of aluminum foil then wrapped around her head.
So she
The
was
blanket
suffocated.
completely covering her face, the foil completely covering her head. Upside down in a trash can, still in her purple fleece onesie and diaper. And as terrible as it is to say, you are going to hear that she just wasn't placed in the trash can, but then another trash bag was placed on top of her.
Ugh.
And that trash bag was shoved down into the trash can, compressing Evelyn into the trash can. That's what we're dealing with today. And you're going to hear proof that directly links only one person to this crime.
She was alive when she was put in
Horrendous
there
crime.
too.
You are going to hear that the only person linked to this crime is sitting at this table right here. You are going to hear it from many witnesses. You're going to hear all of the stories that she concocted, the lies that she told. And you're going to hear forensic evidence that links the defendant, Megan Boswell, and only the defendant, Megan Boswell, to this crime.
Yeah.
One step further.
100%. Elizabeth,
This entire time, Evelyn is decaying,
younger men are exercise.
decomposing in this trash can, again, upside down and compressed. What is Megan Boswell doing? Is she mourning her child? Is she worried? Is she scared? What is she doing?
Yep, it's nasty.
What would a mother be doing? Well, it's not what Megan Boswell was doing. And you're going to hear that because Megan Boswell got a new boyfriend, and it
Oh.
conveniently happened at pretty much exactly the same time that Evelyn disappears. When no one sees Evelyn again, Megan Boswell has decided she's just going to, Evelyn just out of the head, and she's moving on with her life. And she is living her best life, and you will hear that. She has this new boyfriend who has money, or at least she thinks he has money, and she's going to have a better life for herself, not her child, but for herself. You will hear that she takes trips. She's clearly falling in love. She moves out of the trailer that she was living in with her child and moves in with this guy within weeks into his home in a very nice neighborhood in Bluntville, Tennessee. You are going to hear testimony that Megan Boswell is taking trips to Gatlinburg, to Pigeon Forge, staying at Margaritaville Hotel, all while her child is upside down, decomposing in a trash can. You will never hear that Megan Boswell was upset, mourning her child, crying. All she does is continue to concoct lies to cover up what she did. Is that what a mother does? So you will hear that when Tommy Boswell reports, it's essentially all hands on deck with law enforcement. Immediately, law enforcement goes into action, and you are going to hear so much proof about how much effort went into finding this baby, how much time and hours worked by every law enforcement agency in North Carolina, East Tennessee, Middle Tennessee. Everyone putting their efforts into trying to find this little girl and just hoping to find her alive. So then Megan Boswell then, of course, comes clean, right? Once law enforcement's involved, because Megan knows where Evelyn is, so she's gonna tell law enforcement, right? The answer is no, and you probably can gather that by General Harper reading the indictment for about 40 minutes this morning. Megan Boswell continues to perpetuate her stories, concocting anything, blaming anyone else, Ethan Perry, for a day, 2 days. She continues that story of Ethan Perry. Then you'll hear she admits that's not true. So then she tries to blame her mom, her own mom. She decides to try to blame to try to get out of this because she knows this snowball is rolling down this hill and she's trying to stop it the best she can. Why is she doing that? It's because she knows that she brutally murdered her child and she's trying to cover it up. And maybe she had that hope that Evelyn would never be found. And even to this day, 5 years later, Evelyn would still be a missing child. The defense said something really interesting in jury selection yesterday afternoon that I want to touch on. He said to you, you only have one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? Then he said, Megan only has one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? I submit to you, Megan Boswell has already had her chance. She was gifted with a beautiful child, a healthy, vibrant little girl. Evelyn was perfect. Megan Boswell already had her chance. So today is Evelyn's chance. Today is our chance to get it right, not Megan's. Today's our chance to get it right for Evelyn. I know this is not easy for any of you. Thank you for serving. I promise you that this is not easy for any of us. It is not easy for any of us. But it's so important for us to be here today. You know you're going to see pictures that you don't want to see. You know you're going to hear things that you don't want to hear. But that's how we tell Evelyn's story. What she endured before her death, during her death, and even after her death. And where she had to sit for months while her mother continued to split her life as if Evelyn didn't exist. Ladies and gentlemen, at the close of this proof, we believe you will be left with no doubt at all that the defendant, Megan Boswell, is guilty as charged in every count of the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Scott.
Morning. She's right about some things. And this is a terrible situation. There's a child, 13-month-old child, dead in a trash can. No getting around that.
Hold on just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you go to the office.
Stand, please.
What's going on? Yep. All the time. What's going on?
I'm not
Cecilia, thank you.
I like this courtroom.
All right. Are you the designated still photographer?
Yes, sir.
If that flash goes off again, you'll have 10 days in jail.
Oh,
The
ooh.
order's very clear.
Yes, Your
There'll
Honor.
be no lights, there'll be no flash. That's disruptive to the jury, that's disruptive to the lawyers, that's disruptive to this process, and I'm not even kidding. If I see another light, whoever it comes from will immediately be held in criminal contempt of this court. Taken to jail
Ooh.
for 10 days.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I have it on not flash on my settings.
Well,
I
it
need
went off because it was right in my face. Now, I got a feeling that one or two of them is going to take about, which will mean it's going to take us about 15 minutes to get started. So we'll take about 10 minutes.
Thank you. Court stands in recess.
Ooh. Well, there you go. Is that Scorpio Elizabeth?
Muting the Zoom, stop. I'll be in charge. of
I should clip that actually. I might.
One stand, please.
Sorry.
Disruptive to the lawyers.
Uh.
Who are you with?
Kingsport Transfers.
All right. Are you the designated still photographer?
Yes, sir.
If that flash goes off again, you'll have 10 days in jail.
Sorry.
The order's very clear.
Yes, Your
There'll
Honor.
be no lights, there'll be no flash. That's disruptive to the jury, that's disruptive to the lawyers, that's disruptive to this process, and I'm not even kidding. If I see another light, whoever it comes from will immediately be held in criminal contempt of this court, taken to jail for 10 days.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I have it on not flash on my settings.
Well,
I
it
need
went off because it was right in my face. Now, I got a feeling that one or two of them.
Right,
is going to
sorry.
take about- which will mean
I had to do that.
take us about 15 minutes to get started.
Oop.
So we'll take about 10 minutes.
Good thing we can catch right up like now.
Begin your opening statement.
I think it was the camera person took
Don't
a
really know
photo.
where I was at.
Yeah.
Just start over.
I was. That was the first line. I don't really know where I was at, but
Defense opening.
Miss Massengill, she's right about a lot of things. I mean, there's not a person in this courtroom that wants to be here discussing a dead child. Nobody. Not you all, not me. But the state asks you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder. It's very interesting what they've done. They've asked you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder in 3 different ways. They've asked you to find that it's a premeditated and intentional killing of her child. And then they're asking you to find that it's a murder that is perpetrated as part of child abuse. And then they're saying, well, if it's not that, surely it's because of child neglect. That's a problem. The state's theory is reasonable doubt in and of itself. They don't know what happened. They don't know how that child died, and they can't prove how that child died. I expect you'll hear from a couple of different medical examiners who come to somewhat the same conclusion, but one medical examiner, I think you'll hear from her, and she's went to, she has a very interesting theory. But I would suggest to you that her theory is flawed. And the proof will show you why it's flawed. Just like yesterday I was talking about in board hour, I think I asked a couple of you about the scientific method. And if you put in incorrect data, would you get incorrect results? And you will, if it's data significant. The state asks you, I anticipate this medical examiner, based on her testimony in another
Not at 15 months.
hearing, is going to say that this child was alive when it's placed in the trash can. But then again, the state says Megan's guilty of abuse of a corpse. Those theories are not consistent.
Is that better?
They're not consistent. What the state hasn't talked to you about is the possibility, what if this was accidental? What if Megan or Hunter Wood rolled over on that child in the bed? And I find this unreasonable, honestly. I find it unreasonable that you roll over on your child in the bed and you don't call 911. And I'm 49 years old. I practiced law for close to 25 years. Ms. Harper talked about yesterday how your life experiences are different. Well, mine are certainly different than Megan's. When this child died, she was 18 years old. Now, you heard about what a great father Tommy Boswell was and how involved he was. What you didn't hear is Megan had that child because while she was in foster care. That's how involved Tommy Boswell was. She was in foster care when she had the child. I think you'll hear a lot in this trial about how she came up. And I like to tell people, and I do tell people, I've never had a hard day in my life. I've never went hungry. I've never not had a place to live. I've never fought a war, and I've never lost a child. And I can't put myself in the position of someone who has lost a child. But that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Put yourself in Megan Boswell's position. She's 18 years old. She's got an older boyfriend. We expect the proof will be that he tells her, don't involve me with this. I don't want to be involved. Because they're scared they're going to get charged with something. That's going to be the proof in this case. And my reaction and your reaction would be different. I would certainly call 911. But I'm not 18 years old. And sometimes I think back to myself and I say, I would have called 911 at 18 years old. And I probably would. But I know a lot of people at 18 years old who wouldn't. Their life experience is different. Their maturity is different. If any of you have kids, some of you probably know that. Now, I want to talk to you about about the indictment itself. We entered a not guilty plea to each and every count. And we're persistent in that. But that probably seems disingenuous to some of you all about certain things. And I want to explain why. Counts 7 through 17 charge false report. And to find a false report, they have alleged that she has acted with the intent to obstruct or hinder an officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring. Well, the case of the death of her daughter, the death had already occurred, when she gave those statements. So it's not to hinder an officer in preventing the offense now, or from continuing to occur. That's the first thing. So you have to determine, is she criminally responsible? Did she lie to the police? She absolutely lied to the police. I'm not contesting that. Some of the stuff she said, again, are an 18-year-old girl scared to death, talking to a TBI agent, talking to a police officer, and trying to explain this. She doesn't want to get in trouble. It doesn't mean she murdered her child. It doesn't mean she killed her child. What it means is that's her perception that she's going to get in trouble for this. And despite all the assertions to the contrary by the state, this is a trial, and I want to choose my words carefully. Ms. Massengill talks about Evelyn. Now get this right for Evelyn. Get justice for Evelyn. And I want you to hear me out before you judge my statement. There's nothing you all are going to do that's going to change anything, Travis. Not a thing. The child is gone. Your job here today, and in the coming days and weeks, is to decide whether Megan's actions are criminal or whether they're not criminal. I'm not asking you to find her innocent of anything, because that's not your function. Your job is to determine whether the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty that she committed each and every element of the offenses charged. And you're not going to be able to do that. Their theories are absolutely inconsistent. Premeditated murder, oh, well, if we can't prove that, maybe we'll get her by neglect. And I would suggest to you that the investigation into this case, once it focused on Megan Boswell, it focused on Megan Boswell. You'll see what little investigation there was into Hunter Wood, the boyfriend they talked about. Who, it's like he's out of the picture. It's just Megan that did this. But we expect the proof will show you that he was involved with it, that he placed that baby there, that he had access to that property. That he'd been a lifelong friend of Megan's brother, Tommy Boswell Jr., who goes by Mike. He knew where that stuff was. Now, there are other things about the body and how it was found that will come out in the proof. I'll bring those to your attention later. But they will show you that baby wasn't placed in that trash can dead. They will indicate to you that baby was probably moved. Also, I want to touch again on the Massengill talk about Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell just had an epiphany. Well, he had an epiphany after they searched his property over and over, after they had run a cadaver dog by that building where the baby was that didn't get on it. Then one day he'll just pick up the phone and say, "Hey, I just got to thinking, Megan had this playhouse down here. Maybe you should come and search it." The cadaver dog didn't get it. Seems strange that the TBI searches your property and you would say, search all the buildings. Look at the playhouse. Why? Why do you have an epiphany days later? I bet I know where the child is. You'll hear from him. You'll hear him explain it. You can make your determination if you believe it. But ultimately, you're tasked with determining whether Megan killed that child. The child could have died sudden death syndrome. It's an upper range of sudden death syndrome, but it's still there. And that child, I think that child's date of birth is middle of November. So when we say a 13-month-old child, the child was barely 13 months. Could have died from that. It could have died from somewhere wrong over, as they believe. Just negative. And certainly, disposing of that body the way it's disposed of is not excusable. It doesn't excuse anything. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean she's wrong. It doesn't mean that. I want to talk to you about the last count that we pled not guilty to on abuse or failure to report a suspicious death. And as indicted, the state chose to indict that where the death was from violence, trauma, or any suspicious or unusual, unnatural manner. Now, I can't deny she didn't report it. She didn't report it. There's no denying that. But what I would tell you is what they did not leave out is a key part of that statute. And had it included that, I would have pled guilty, had her plead guilty to that. And that talks about where the unexpected death of a child is severe health or sudden if death. Had that have been included, she have said up that I'm guilty of that. I did that. It's not included because the indictment wants to make it that she committed a violent offense against the child. Lying to the police, improper disposal of the body, or whatever part she played in that, doesn't mean she murdered the child. It means she was an 18-year-old girl. That's what you have to think about when you hear this proof. That's all I've got to say to you. I thank you for your time and attention. I know I'll probably cross-examine you. A lot of it was fairly hard the other day. I mean no disrespect by that. I just want you to know the jury selection process. I did that because we have to have jurors that, make sure that you can be against. That's the only reason. I mean, absolutely no disrespect. If I'm part of you, I apologize for that, but I don't apologize for saying that to me.
Thank you, Scott.
I agree.
State Call Agent Brian Fraley.
All right, first witness. Come on down.
Raise your right hand, please. State your name.
Brian Fraley.
So I'm swearing firm testimony about the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir. I do.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
If you would introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Good morning. My name is Brian Fraley. I'm a special agent with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Agent Fraley, how long have you been with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
19 years.
What is your current position or assignment there?
Senior special agent out of the Johnson City office, assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
Agent Fraley, were you called upon to assist in the investigation into the disappearance and subsequently the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And do you remember when that was that you were called out?
Hello
to
and
assist in
welcome.
Yes, sir. It was February
Welcome.
19th of 2020.
that? Okay. And what was your role when you first got called out?
Myself and other agents were called to assist Special Agent Brian Pritchard. He had been called to Sullivan County to assist Sullivan County Sheriff's Department on an Amber Alert on the 18th of the previous day.
Okay. And so when you were first called out, this investigation was in regards to a missing child. Is that correct?
That's correct. Special Agent Pritchard had been contacted on a missing person case that involved Evelyn Boswell. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is the only state agency that can actually issue Amber Alerts. We were informed that the initial complaint by a family member being the grandfather of Evelyn, was Tommy Boswell through Department of Children's Services, also known as DCS, who had contacted the referral to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department. Sullivan County Sheriff's Department got that referral, contacted us, and Special Agent Pritchard responded after going through a checklist that is required. Instead of just a regular missing person or missing child case, certain things have to be checked off or validated in order to issue a full-blown Amber Alert.
And Agent Fraley, I know you work for the TBI. Were there other law enforcement agencies that were involved in this investigation?
Yes, sir. Once it went to a full Amber Alert, which is probably our highest priority at TBI, the FBI was called. Obviously, Sullivan County Sheriff's Department investigators were already involved along with Agent Pritchard. But once we were involved, we have a specific team just for Amber Alert cases out of Nashville that also involve other agents and intelligence analysts. The FBI has a specialized team of trained agents called a CART team, and that's a child abduction response team. And these agents are experts in child abduction, Amber Alert type cases. So within hours of the Amber Alert being issued and certified, there was approximately 40 to 50 FBI, TBI, Sullivan County investigators, and intelligence analysts assigned to this case.
So a number of agents across a number of agencies, all out there, essentially, at least initially, looking for a missing child. Is that a
Yes,
fair
sir.
statement?
That's correct.
All right. And so over the first couple of days of your investigation, did you participate in or were you aware of interviews that were done with the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir. Megan Boswell provided statements to a numerous amount of investigators early on, including me.
And would it be a fair statement to say that she gave you multiple different versions about what had happened and where her child might be located?
Yes, sir. Repeated stories that we tracked down that turned out to be lies.
Objection, Your Honor. No, that's speculation.
That's the word lies.
May I continue?
Yes.
Just different statements that she had provided that turned out to be leads that we tracked down over the course of several days and several weeks.
All right. And I guess let me ask you this way, Agent Fraley. Okay. I'm sorry. Were you all ever able to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right. And was that as a result of information? Well, I guess go ahead and tell me how it was that you were able to.
So on March 6th, which this is fast forwarding 17 days since I was brought in with other investigators, 18 days since the initial report on February 18th, we'd been working around the clock. And like I said, there was 40 to 50 of us working, and a phone call was received by Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell had called in. And March 6th, 2020 was a Friday. And we had worked, like I said, 18 days. And we had come to a point in the investigation where we decided we need a break. We had exhausted a lot of resources, time, and we were at a place where we didn't feel we should go on at that time. We should take a break. And it was a good pause point, if you will. So on the afternoon of March 6th, again, as a Friday, the plan was the investigators to go home, reset physically and mentally. We were exhausted and try.
Thank you. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. You know what we're going to do now, don't you? Yeah. Where is it? Right there.
Out to the person that just gave us a super chat. This community is just the best. Love you all the different.
Thank you much, Lee. Much appreciated. Now, did anyone get this witness's last name? I missed it. 54. I think it was Farley or started with a oof. Fraley. All right, I'm good now.
An investigator, Michelle Gillum, who was an investigator at the time. We'd been working together for those weeks. We decided, let me back up. Mr. Boswell reported that he wasn't sure if there was a storage.
Objection is what the clause says.
Well, Judge, I'm not offering further.
Whoop. Sidebar.
little bit. Tommy Boswell is the defendant's father. Is that correct?
Yes, Megan's father and Evelyn's grandfather.
All right. As a result of the phone call that you received from Mr. Boswell, what did you all do next?
We went to Mr. Boswell property located on Muddy Creek to conduct a search there.
All right. Is that property located in Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I think it's 539
All right.
Muddy Creek Road.
All right. Agent Fraley, in the course of your investigation while you were out there, did you create a sketch or diagram of the Boswell property?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. If I could, I'm going to hand you
Back
a
at you,
document
yeah.
and ask you if you can identify what's shown.
Excuse me. This is a hand-drawn document. It's a sketch of like an aerial view of the property there at Mr. Boswell's at 539 Muddy Creek Road, Bluntville, Tennessee.
All right. And does that diagram accurately show the layout or the placements of various sheds,
welcome.
outbuildings, trailers, roadways there on the
Make
property?
yourself at my
Yes, sir,
place.
it does.
Judge, we would move to make that exhibit number 6.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Before we get to it.
And if we could, I'd like to publish that. to the jury.
I wonder if we'll see any of the visuals
We use the yellow thing.
Well,
in this one, unlike the last one. And we are still on verdict watch. We're on 7 hours, 13 minutes of verdict on the clock on the Griffith trial. No verdict in yet.
and Judge, Agent Fraley may need to step down. I don't know if he can. I may need him to step down for the witness. I don't know if he can. If I could hand him a laser pointer.
He needs to, that's fine. As long as we can pick him up on.
I can see that.
Can you
from-
see it okay
Yes,
from there?
sir.
I didn't know if you would be able to. All right. Are you okay from
Yes, sir. I can see that.
shooting?
And I have it in front of me as well
Okay.
on my screen.
All right. If you would kind of point out, I guess, the major landmarks that are shown there in the diagram.
Yes, sir. So this top house here is Tommy Boswell's, as it was described to us. This resident here was a mobile home that was described as his mother's. This is the shed that we had information on right there. That's like a yard barn or an outbuilding. And then here is notated as what we described and what was described as a playhouse.
I don't know what happened.
Hold on a second.
It's like it lost your speed.
Judge, it's not connected.
You want to stick it
I
in?
was going to say, if you'll just hand me the.
You got it right there. That's stay up.
It did. You need me to disconnect the laptop, Judge? or-
This, I can change it.
Okay.
Hot mic. Hot mic.
Continue.
Continue.
All right. So yes, right here, behind that shed or yard barn, if you will, was a playhouse, and it's noted playhouse ROE. ROE is an acronym for us for recovery of evidence, which was the body of Evelyn Boswell. Up in the right-hand corner is my notes are like a key to this, which indicates the date, our case number, the location, and my signature with the date, notating that I was the one that drew this sketch.
Agent Fraley, you've got the driveway shown through the middle part of that diagram there, was there any sort of gate or anything that, as far as being able to enter or exit the property?
I recall, I think there was a gate at the bottom, from Muddy Creek Road to the driveway.
Okay. Now, Agent Fraley, you identified an
Aww.
outbuilding that was there.
Oh, look at you like go. Thank you. He's the lucky winner. Hilda B, welcome. Congratulations. Miss Mandy Reacts has donated you one hell of a gift. Welcome to the family. There's no escaping now. I'll have to do up a jingle for that too. Ah, wow. Thank you very much, Miss Mandy. And guys, if you have not been over there, please give her a big thumbs up and subscription. Where is it? I've got her link here somewhere. Where did I put it? Oh dear. I'll find it and I will pop it up. But do go over and give her a like and a sub because she's awesome.
Property. You said that's where you went first.
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess tell us what you found or what you observed when you went to that outbuilding.
What was found there were multiple boxes of belongings of Megan Boswell that contained a variety of items specific to a young child. I recall there were clothing items, diapers, medicines, toys, those kind of things were the most common thing in those boxes.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you 3 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
And so the first one is the yard barn or shed that was described and depicted in the sketch.
There you go.
The
I'll
home
drop
there
it
to
in
the
chat
right
as well.
was our understanding Tommy's mother. The second, that's the first one. The second one
Oh,
is the
beat me
same
to it.
yard barn or shed,
Thank you.
except in this one it has a picture of the what we were describing as a playhouse behind it. And then the third and final one is a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I just described.
And those photos accurately show how that
I had the new
shed or
one.
outbuilding looked when you arrived there on March the 6th, 2020.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you,
It
darling.
does.
Judge, we would move to make those the next exhibits, which I think are 7, 8, and 9.
Objection? No, sir. For the full exhibit. How do you want to display those?
Well, I'll take another
Shot?
shot at trying to use the laptop.
General, which order did you want these pictures marked?
Whatever.
I mean, you let me describe them. First one, yard barn, the home. The second one's the yard barn with the playhouse behind it. Third one's the close up to the yard barn.
How do you do the bingo cards, Mandy?
May I see those? Make sure. We've got the
Yeah, me too, 10. Might actually go and put the kettle on.
All right, Agent Fraley, I've got up on the screen what's been introduced as Exhibit 7. If you would tell the jury what they're looking at.
So this is the yard barn or shed that I was describing. This was the home that was described to us as Tommy Boswell's mother. And then the items there that you can see with the open door inside of the shed or yard barn.
And next is Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir. Again, the yard barn with the door open, showing those items described. And this building here behind the yard barn is what I described and is notated on my sketch as the playhouse where Evelyn's body was recovered.
Wow.
Next, exhibit 9.
Yeah, again, that's just a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I described placed inside there.
All right. Did you participate in, or I guess what did you all do with the items that were that you saw located in that outbuilding there?
Those were obviously photographed and
Where's your merch
documented
link,
as
Randy?
what they were processed.
All right. Did you participate in that process, or were you just?
Probably under the store.
Yeah, I think primarily the two inside there actually searching, going through the items was Special Agent David Gratz and Investigator Tracy Arras.
Was that the end of your investigation, or what you did there on the
No,
property?
no, sir, it was not.
Okay. What did you all do next?
So we continued looking and led us to look inside the playhouse. And we searched it.
And what did you find, if anything, upon looking in the playhouse?
There were, once the door was opened, right inside the door, as the opening of the door, was a trash can, like a tall kitchen model, a common trash can, and 2 bags of trash beside of it.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you a number of photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
Yes, sir. The first one I'm reviewing is a standalone picture of what I described as the playhouse that was by. Okay. The second one is a closer of the playhouse, a closer proximity with the door open. The third picture is the same thing with the door open. Third one is a closer photograph with the door open. It does depict, the third one depicts the trash can with the bags of trash, as does the second one depicting the trash can. The first one, the door was closed. The next one depicting an open door with the trash bags and the trash can. The next one, assorted items that were inside the playhouse, and they appeared at that time. They'd been there longer than the trash can and trash bags. Again, picture from outside the playhouse looking in where the trash bag or the trash can was. And it's a closer picture that depicts a black trash bag in the top portion of the trash can. The next one is a picture of an area inside the playhouse that had this assorted items there that again appeared to be there for some time with dust and cobwebs on them. Next picture is another picture from right at the doorway. Again, the trash can, the trash bags. Again, another picture of the trash can with the trash bag, or the trash bags. There's other items around these. I keep talking about the trash bags and the trash can because they were relevant to us because they looked like they had recently been put there. These other items had dust and cobwebs and looked like they'd been there for years undisturbed. The last photograph I have is this is my hand in the picture. It's pulling back. It's over the trash can with what appeared to be a leg and a foot of a baby or a baby doll. It appeared at the time with the fleece blanket and the purple onesie, the clothing that had been described to us by Megan Boswell.
Okay. When you made the observation that you made in the last, you described in the last photograph, did you do anything else with the trash can prior to the medical examiner's office?
No, sir. At that time, we didn't. We stopped what we were doing. We found Megan, or I'm sorry, we found Evelyn, and we made phone calls. We had called the DA's office, advising them that we'd found her. We've called our chain of command, our supervisors, and the medical examiner's office, along with forensic pathology out of Johnson City, and waited till all those personnel arrived.
Okay. Agent Fraley, the photographs that you just described and identified, do they truly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it inside the Playhouse on March the 6th, 2020?
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, we would move to introduce those as full exhibits at this time.
No objection. The full exhibits on any of 2 months last, I mean, I think I know. Start the 10. Jennifer, 19.
Judge, if I could, I'd like to publish those to the jury. All right, Agent Fraley, I'm going to start with Exhibit 10.
Yes, sir.
You would describe what the jury's looking at.
That's a playhouse that was located behind the yard barn.
And if we're looking at it that way, the outbuilding would be where?
The outbuilding yard barn shed, as described, would be to the left out of the picture back this way from the yard barn, or from the playhouse.
All right. And the door, as we're looking at it, that door was closed when you arrived.
Yes, sir. That's how we found it.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 11.
Same playhouse with the door open. And if you look inside the door right here, this white trash can is the trash can that I was describing as I was reviewing the photographs.
As you opened the door, was anything disturbed or moved, or, I mean, did anything shift?
No, sir. Nothing fell out onto you. As you can see, there's a front porch there. It was opened, and it is as it's seen. Obviously, the trash can's kind of tilted the way it is there, and the other items throughout the playhouse.
So the only difference between the prior photograph we looked at and this one is that you all opened the door so that you could see inside. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 12.
Same, obviously, playhouse, just from a different angle. You can see the trash can there on the left, and those two, you can see the main portion of one bag and partial portion, excuse me, of a second trash bag, two white trash bags there. Obviously, other items, the blue tote, the brown piece of furniture, and other items there.
Now we're looking at Exhibit 13.
Yeah, again, there at the playhouse, just a closer angle or closer photograph right inside the door.
You mentioned earlier that it looked like or appeared to you that some of the items had been there for quite a while, and that some of them did not.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything in that photograph that indicates that to you or that you can see?
Yes, sir. So the trash can and the two bags appeared to me that they had been placed there recently. The other items, like I said, the blue tote, those other things, these right here, that cardboard box, these items back here on the shelf, they just look dated and like they'd been undisturbed for quite some time because, again, they had dust and cobwebs located throughout the playhouse, except for that portion right there, right at the front door.
Now I'll show you Exhibit 14.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at there?
Same thing. That's right inside the playhouse to the right. If you just stuck your head into the playhouse from the doorway, this would be to the right. And again, these items you can see specifically on this bag here. Well, a lot of these things, it's just dust covered, indicating to me that it had been there a while.
Agent Fraley, if you're looking at the lower right-hand corner of the photograph, is that the door frame?
This is the right-hand door frame with the clasp for a lock. So yeah, again, like I said, if you were standing outside, just peering inside, that's kind of the angle or the view that's depicted in this photograph.
Oh, yes. Where's mine? I might go and get one.
All right. Now showing you Exhibit 15.
You just reminded me. Hell yeah.
Yes. The trash can again, this is taken from outside the doorway. This is me here.
I'm gonna
So
order
the photograph depicts me, and then inside here, and the trash can with the black trash bag unraveled at that point.
Had the trash bag been pulled up out of the trash can, or was that
Just kind of like the top was opened.
All right.
The trash bag remained in the trash can, but the top was opened.
Now showing you Exhibit 16.
Again, looking inside, it was a very small playhouse. I don't recall the dimensions, but maybe 10 by 10, 12 by 12, small floor plan with that. And then those were steps leading up to like a little loft inside that playhouse. Again,
This is
Another-
Exhibit 17.
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
Go ahead.
Again, just another photograph of the trash can and the two bags. There's a keyboard there, a piece of furniture. Again, the blue tote. Just multiple pictures of kind of like the same thing, same angle, same point of view. Just multiple pictures of that. Again, the trash can again.
This is Exhibit 18. for
Yes,
the
sir.
record. Sorry.
Again, the trash can with the black trash bag inside the trash can, blue tote, other items there inside the playhouse.
Agent Fraley, there appears to be something on the inside of the white trash can. Were you able to?
Right there. Right there.
Okay. What is that we're seeing or looking at?
I can't see clearly what that is. I don't know if there's another piece
Okay.
of trash bag.
Okay. And Exhibit 19.
Again, after this was that black trash bag portion had been pulled away, this was the next layer down inside the trash can, which contained Evelyn Boswell's body, clothed in a pink fleece onesie with penguins and a gray and white fleece blanket.
All right.
What the portion of the body that you see there is her leg.
Okay. Did you in any way disturb or move or do anything with the contents of the trash can?
No, the glove in the top portion of that is my hand, pulling that back to confirm and take a photograph. That was the only thing we disturbed,
Okay.
if you will,
All right.
to take the photograph. And then at that point we stopped and then made the appropriate phone calls to the medical examiner, forensic pathologist, our chain of command, and the DA's office.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So what happened after you made those phone calls as far as the investigation was concerned?
So after that, like I said, all these people arrive, and our concern is to process the evidence. We did so at the direction of the forensic pathologist. And so what decision was made was on that front porch of that playhouse, which was just right outside the doorway, was to place a body bag there on the front porch. Open, they unzip and they open. So we placed a body bag there, and I brought the trash can out, and we started removing the contents of the trash can onto the body bag that was opened.
All right. And did you participate in that process with folks from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir. It was Laura Parsons, who works with the forensic pathology, and Dr. Matrina Schmidt, who is the forensic pathologist there.
And so you actually helped them and assisted them in removing the body from the trash can?
Yes, sir. Like I said, the body bag was there, and I removed the contents and the body of Evelyn Boswell onto the body bag where we could start processing what was inside the trash can, which additional evidence was in addition to the body of Evelyn.
And was this whole entire process photographed?
Yes, sir, it was.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to hand you some photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
The first one is, as I just described, the body bag that's unzipped and placed on the front porch on top of paper. I think it was butcher paper we rolled out, but the first one is me removing the contents of the trash can, which included Evelyn's body. That's my arm in the top portion of that photograph. The second one continues that bag and the contents, Evelyn's body, being removed onto the body bag. The third one, the bag is out of the trash can at that point, and placed onto the body bag. The same contents, different angle, but it now has a evidence marker number 4 beside that. The trash bag and contents. Your Honor, if I need to slow down, I will. The next picture is the trash bag with me pulling back the trash bag, showing what's inside. That depicts a gray and white fleece blanket, and you can see where my hand is. It's a gloved hand. There's some aluminum foil there, evidence marker number 4. Again, a wide angle of the same thing once the trash bag has been removed. It's my hand there in the picture. It shows the body of Evelyn Boswell that's underneath these layers of items. That includes aluminum foil and the gray and white fleece blanket. You can also see some portion of the clothing. Evelyn was wearing the pink onesie fleece with the penguins. The next photograph is an opening of the trash bag that Evelyn was inside of, that shows different items in the bottom of that trash bag. Eggshells, fluids of human decomposition, and other items. That's my hand in the top, my foot in the top portion of that photograph. The next photograph is again the same trash bag with the contents that I just described, with the body of Evelyn to the right of that. That's going to be her head and upper portion of her body that's wrapped in this aluminum foil. The next photograph is just the body, again in the same state, with the aluminum foil, the blanket, the onesie. However, in this one with some body fluids that have come out onto the body bag, but there are also some pupa, that is insects, basically in between a larvae stage and an adult stage that were inside the bag as well. That's common with human decomposition. Next picture, same description, same things with that evidence marker number 4. Next picture, different angle, same description, the body of Evelyn, the aluminum foil, the purple onesie with penguins clothing, evidence marker with the insects there. The next picture, we start removing the layers at the direction of the forensic pathologist, the doctor. And this next picture is us removing the aluminum foil that was wrapped tightly around the head of Evelyn. And this is shows my hands and Laura Parsons' hands, who works there at the forensic pathologist office. Next picture, same thing. We're continuing to remove the aluminum foil from her head. So this is the first picture that shows the head of Evelyn and her upper torso. And her head is in a backward position, situated abnormally.
Asphyxiation, I think. I'm not sure, but
Where
apparently she was alive.
the body had been shoved, that we believe, down into the bottom of the trash can. Next picture is same picture, body of Evelyn with the aluminum foil removed, showing advanced decomposition, some body fluids there lying on the body bag. The next picture is a same picture, the body of Evelyn wrapped in this this fleece blanket with the purple onesie, just a different angle on the body bag. Next picture, same thing, a different angle. And then the next picture is where, again, is describing how we're processing this, is removing it a layer at a time. So this is a picture depicting the first part of removing the fleece blanket from Evelyn's body. And then the next picture, it's a black and white photograph with the fleece blanket removed and just showing the body of Evelyn, advanced decomposition. Again, the pupa there, which was numerous of the insect activity. And then a color photograph, the last photograph, same picture of Evelyn's body in the pink fleece onesie there on the body bag with human bodily fluids around her head area.
Agent Fraley, the photos that you've just described, are they a true and accurate depiction of the process that you all went through?
Yes, sir.
That night in removing Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes, sir, in the different stages of removing layers.
Judge, we would move to make those full exhibits this time.
So, Judge.
This first one, 20.
First one's 20, I don't know what it is. And it's going to be more serious from
Yes. Well,
counseling.
yes. Yes. And Judge, I would ask at this time to publish those to the jury. I'll start with Exhibit 20. Agent Fraley, if you would describe for the jurors what they're seeing in this photograph.
So this is after we removed the trash can from inside the playhouse. Like I said, this is my arm, and it's the first stage of removing the contents of that trash can that included the body of Evelyn. Next picture
Now
is
looking at 21.
okay. This next picture is again the continuing process where the bag is almost removed from the trash can that contained the same items. That's my hand there, and the top portion of that, Laura Parsons' hand here, who's from the forensic pathologist department.
Now exhibit 22.
Again, my hand and arm here with the contents of what was inside the trash can, same contents, the bag with containing Evelyn's body.
Exhibit 23.
This is the bag removed and placed. This is the body bag I explained with the evidence marker with me here in the background.
And at this point in time, the bag has been completely removed from the trash can.
Yes, sir, it has.
Now showing you exhibit 24.
Yes, sir. That's my hand there, starting to remove or peel back that trash can or trash bag, and the first portion of removing that layer that shows again the fleece, the gray and white fleece blanket, and then over here you start to see the aluminum foil that had covered Evelyn's head.
All right. So just so the jury is orientated as far as the photograph's concerned, Evelyn's head, as you all found it, is in the left. As we're looking at the photograph on the left side.
As we're looking at this photograph, her head would be right underneath where my hand is, covered in this aluminum foil. It's still inside the bag at this point.
Now looking at exhibit 25.
This is just the first photograph of Evelyn's body outside the trash bag. The trash bag has now been fully separated from Evelyn's body. Again, the evidence marker number 4. This is my hand here removing and holding the bag. This would be her head on this side of the photograph with her feet on this side of the photograph. Again, as I've described earlier, the head was wrapped in this aluminum foil.
All right. And just so we're clear for the record, when you're describing the head, that's as we're looking at the photograph, that's on the left side.
Yes, sir, on the left. If you can see that pointer, that's where that's at, but facing that that photograph, the head's on the left-hand side, the feet on the right-hand side.
Reconnect the judge.
It has, but it's just got your blue screen. It's not doing anything. Your laptop may have low battery. I don't know if it's plugged in.
So, I'll just use the Elmo, Judge.
Well, I mean, I've got the blue screen, but I don't know if it's, to me, it's not showing the picture. You should see what I'm seeing on the thing. That monitor on the camera.
I'm just gonna use the Elmo, Judge.
See, yeah, push it all the way. Push it all the way.
What did I miss?
This is 26.
This is 25, Judge. Okay. I believe we got disconnected. Agent Fraley, you were describing looking at the photograph. Evelyn's head is to the left where the foil is. Is that correct?
That's correct. Looking as we're seeing it, the left here, this foil is her head, and down near the item marker number 4 is her feet.
I hope that mother is looking, made to look.
What's your back there? On the very top of the top.
Showing you exhibit 26.
Yes, sir. My hand here. Another set of hands, Laura Parsons here. It's looking down into the trash bag that that Evelyn's body was pushed down into, and like I said, there is just assorted trash, eggshells, human decomposition fluids, and then on the right hand portion in the lower section here is that aluminum foil and the blanket with the body of Evelyn right there.
And that's right after you all had removed the body from the trash bag.
Yes, sir.
Now showing you exhibit 27.
Again, a similar depiction of the last photograph, just it's a wider angle that's kind of showing the aluminum foil that's kind of formed around her head with the rest of her body there down to probably about her upper torso. Again, here talked about the aluminum foil head again, the rest of the body. Right here's what I'm describing as the insect activity of mid stages of pupa. That is basically in between the larvae section and the adult section of the insect typical as flies.
Now looking at exhibit 29.
Again, just a different angle of Evelyn's body that's underneath these layers of aluminum foil, fleece blanket, down to her clothing, the purple fleece onesie with the penguins. And
At this point in time, you all have not removed any of the items from the body. Is that correct?
no, sir. No. Again, what we tried to do at the direction of the medical examiner and forensic pathologist was remove these in layers. As you see, that's each picture's best we could do is a layer, taking it through the trash can to the trash bag to the aluminum foil to the fleece blanket down to the purple onesie.
Now looking at exhibit 30.
Again, this is kind of just stepping overhead, looking
All right,
down.
hang on one
Same
second.
photograph, Evelyn's body.
I'm going to switch feeds. Now, just a warning, they are showing photos on this one.
Continuing process where the bag is almost removed from the trash can that contained the same items. That's my hand there. And the top portion of that, Laura Parsons' hand here, who's from the forensic pathologist department.
Now Exhibit 22.
Again, my hand and arm here with the contents of what was inside the trash can, same contents, the bag with containing Evelyn's body.
Exhibit 23.
This is the bag removed and placed. This is the body bag I explained with the evidence marker with me here in the background.
And at this point in time, the bag has been completely removed from the trash can.
Yes, sir, it has.
Now showing you Exhibit 24.
Yes, sir. That's my hand there, starting to remove or peel back that trash can or trash bag, and the first portion of removing that layer that shows again the fleece, the gray and white fleece blanket, and then over here you start to see the aluminum foil that had covered Evelyn's head.
All right. So just so the jury is orientated as far as the photograph's concerned, Evelyn's head, as you all found it, is in the left, as we're looking at the photograph on the left side.
As we're looking at this photograph, her head would be right underneath where my hand is, covered in this aluminum foil. It's still inside the bag at this point.
Now looking at Exhibit 25.
This is just the first photograph of Evelyn's body outside the trash bag. The trash bag has now been fully separated from Evelyn's body. Again, the evidence marker number 4. This is my hand here removing and holding the bag. This would be her head on this side of the photograph with her feet on this side of the photograph. Again, as I've described earlier, the head was wrapped in this aluminum foil.
All right. And just so we're clear for the record, when you're describing the head, that's, as we're looking at the photograph, that's on the left side.
Yes, sir, on the left. If you can see that pointer, that's where that's at, but facing that that photograph, the head's on the left-hand side, the feet on the right-hand side.
Reconnect the judge.
It has, but it's just got your blue screen. It's not doing anything. Your laptop may have low battery. I don't know if it's plugged in.
I hope they've got her head taped to a pole facing that screen so that she cannot not look away.
I'll just use the Elmo judge.
Well, I mean, it's, I've got the blue screen, but I don't know if it's, to me, it's not doing.
What are they doing?
Five, Judge. Okay. I believe we got disconnected. Agent Fraley, you were describing looking at the photograph. Evelyn's head is to the left where the foil is that correct?
That's correct. Looking as we're seeing it, the left here, this foil is her head, and down near the item marker number 4 is her feet.
Showing you Exhibit 26.
Yes, sir. My hand here. Another set of hands. Laura Parsons here. It's looking down into the trash bag that that Evelyn's body was pushed down into, and like I said, there is just assorted trash, eggshells, human decomposition fluids, and then on the right hand portion in the lower section here is that aluminum foil and the blanket with the body of Evelyn right there.
And that's right after you all had removed the body from the trash bag.
Yes, sir.
Now showing you Exhibit 27.
Again, a similar depiction of the last photograph, just it's a wider angle that's kind of showing the aluminum foil that's full, kind of formed around her head with the rest of her body there down to probably about her upper torso.
Mm.
Again, here talked about the aluminum foil head again, the rest of the body. Right here's what I'm describing as the insect activity of mid stages of pupa. That is basically in between the larvae section and the adult section of the insect typical as flies.
Now looking at Exhibit 29.
Again, just a different angle of Evelyn's body that's underneath these layers of aluminum foil, fleece blanket, down to her clothing, the purple fleece onesie with the penguins.
And at this point in time, you all have not removed any of the items from the body. Is that correct?
No, sir. No. Again, what we tried to do at the direction of the medical examiner and the forensic pathologist was remove these in layers. As you see, that's each picture's best we could do is a layer, taking it through the trash can to the trash bag to the aluminum foil to the fleece blanket down to the purple onesie.
Now looking at Exhibit 30.
Again, this is kind of just stepping overhead, looking down, same photograph, Evelyn's body with the foil and the fleece blanket and the evidence marker number 4.
Now Exhibit 31.
That's the first, again, as I've described, taking this by layers. So this is us removing the aluminum foil from Evelyn's head.
And if you would, describe for the jury the processing. Was this a difficult process? Was it easy? How was the foil attached?
The foil was attached. It was compressed. It never occurred to me that when the body of Evelyn was placed or forced or shoved into this trash can, that this was a piece of foil that was just kind of put on there. This appeared to me to be formed around her head with the contours of a face, the eye sockets, how they're concave. This was formed. It wasn't just happened to be there and the body of Evelyn placed there and it just happened to meet up. It was formed.
So did it take you all a while to remove the foil from the body?
Not long, no. Like I said, once we got there, Laura Parsons and I separated the layers, as you can see depicting in these photographs. And that's as far as we went. Once we got I think the next one will be the fleece blanket. But once we got to the body of Evelyn in her clothing, which was this purple fleece onesie with penguins on it, we stopped, and I'll continue at that point.
All right, I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
Right. Again, this is just the next step, continuing removing that foil from Evelyn's head.
Okay. And at this point, it looks like you all have essentially removed all the foil.
Yeah. Yes,
around her
sir.
head.
Yeah. It's off of the head and being pulled away by Laura Parsons.
Now I'm going to show you 33.
Okay. Now this is a photograph of where we're at with the processing with the aluminum foil removed from her head. So this is her body with the next layer, which would have been that gray and white fleece blanket. Again, what I described earlier, this here appeared to us to be this fluid here was just bodily fluids of human, consistent with human decomposition.
It's somewhat kind of tough to tell because the way it's faced there, but is the blanket up there, is that around the head as well?
So the head is here. This is her right arm. She would be facing to the top portion of this picture, but her head was in a manner that it was backwards. It wasn't normal as I'm sitting here or you're sitting here. It was backwards, and that's hard to depict here, but her body in this photograph is facing to the top of the photograph with her head tilted backwards toward the bottom of the photograph. That's her right hand right there. That dark portion out of that fleece, that purple fleece onesie, and the color is very dark because of the advanced stages of human decomposition.
Now showing you Exhibit 34.
So again, this is the same stage in that, where this is on the other side of the body, this being the head, this being the hand I just described, the pink, purple onesie with penguins, and the gray and white fleece blanket.
All right. And again, from this angle, are we looking at the blanket there pulled up around the head?
Yes, sir. It's covering like it had been pulled up and over the head. So that is the head on the right-hand side of this photograph, with the feet on the left-hand side of this photograph.
Now showing you Exhibit 35.
This is, again, same Evelyn's head on the left this time. Her body facing to the top of this photograph and starting to remove the gray and white fleece blanket from her body. This is her leg down here. That's like the foot in a onesie that has those treads, so they have traction when they walk. So that's going to be
Non-slip
her
pad
right
things.
foot and right leg on that.
And now showing you Exhibit 36.
Again, that's the next picture of the removal from of the fleece blanket, the gray and white fleece blanket with her body there. And you see, again, it's going to be her right arm there and her right hand right there.
Now showing you Exhibit 37.
Yes, sir. This is a black and white photo, obviously. Her facing the top of the photograph. This is her right hand. Again, even though it's black and white, it's the consistent with the pictures you saw on the purple fleece onesie with the penguins. And this is her head to the right side of this picture.
As we're looking at that onesie, had it been disturbed, or does that show the onesie as you all?
That's as we finally removed the fleece blanket. That's the next layer as we found it.
Okay, so the onesie was open.
Yes.
Sorry, hold on a second. Now I'm going to show you exhibit number 38.
Again, this is the body of Evelyn. That's her head. There's her legs and feet. There's her right hand there on that body bag.
If we can, I'd like to go back and go show you exhibit 37 again.
Okay.
I don't know if it's
The black and white
yeah, it's the black
photograph.
and white photograph. Which is, as we're looking at the photograph, where is Evelyn's face?
So this is her head on the right-hand side of this photograph. Her body is facing to the top of the photograph, so her face would be right in here on the back side of, kind of looking at the back of her head. Again, it's advanced decomposition.
And the fact that there was advanced decomposition, did that affect your all's ability to be able to, or how you were able to process the scene there?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, in conference and at the direction of the medical examiner, the team from forensic center there. Once we got to this last picture of where we were at, the call was made, hey, we're going to stop here. We'll seal her body in the body bag, transport her to the forensic center for an autopsy at that point. And we continued processing the scene there for collecting the items. And we took those items to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, just where we had better lighting, better environment to log and process evidence items that were also discovered.
You're gonna go from one set of photos to another set of photos?
Yes.
Just leave it like that.
Okay.
Because when you put it down, the electronic disconnect from the system.
Agent Fraley, you described the process of, I guess, taking the other items, the trash bags that you recovered from there, removing them from the scene and then taking them to the sheriff's office. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a series. So I believe it's 6 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
This first photograph is a picture looking over the top of the trash can, looking down in it. And the bottom of that, the most notable item is a Martha White chocolate chip wrapper with other items.
Was that the trash can the body was found in?
Yes, sir, it was. The next one is a photograph of the trash can with Evelyn still in it at this time. This was an earlier photograph taken prior to the removal of Evelyn in the trash can. What's important and noted here is a piece of chewing gum that is attached to the inside wall of the trash can. The next photograph is after I removed the trash can and the trash bags from inside the playhouse and just set them out on the porch of the playhouse prior to going through the pictures we just looked at, processing the removal of the layers leading to the body of Evelyn. Just another picture, trash can. Evelyn still remains in there. You also see the chewing gum on the inside wall of trash can there and the other bags of trash. This next one is the 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse with the trash can. Another angle of those 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse there on the front porch of the playhouse.
So were there any other items besides those 2 bags of trash and the trash can that were taken out of the playhouse?
Not that I recall. It was all the trash bags and what remaining contents of the trash can.
Okay. The 6 photos that you just described and identified, do they true and accurately depict those items as you found them on
Yes, sir.
March the 6th, 2020.
Yes, sir, they do.
Judge, we would move to introduce those, I believe it's exhibits 39 through 44. Not asked to publish those.
Hey, mister, come here. Come on.
Agent Fraley, we're going to start with exhibit 39.
Mama needs some love. Come give me some love.
Yes, sir. Again, top view looking down into the trash can. And like I said, the most notable thing that's descriptive is a Martha White chocolate chip cookie bag.
Anything else in the trash can besides that on the bottom? Is that
I mean, there's
what was found when you removed the trash bag?
yes. So once we removed the body, the trash bag that contained the body, this was in the bottom of that.
Now showing you exhibit 40.
Yes, again, a top view again of the trash can that shows the fleece blanket and chewing gum there on the inside wall of the trash can.
And if you would just kind of point out or
Oh, I'm
use
sorry,
the laser
yeah.
pointer to show what.
Yeah, so this right here, it's a piece of chewing gum that was removed, collected as evidence and sent to our crime lab. And again, there's that fleece blanket that we've been going through earlier.
All right. So that was taken before the body was removed from the.
Yes, sir.
Now showing you.
Hello, baby. Right. Well, what happened?
In the
Sorry.
field prior to transporting Evelyn to the Forensic Center for autopsy and prior to
Look what you did.
collecting, processing, bagging, and packaging the other items to go to our TBI lab for analysis. Again, same
Exhibit 42.
yes, sir. Same picture or same items, just different angle. 2 trash bags, trash can.
Again, that was taken before you all had.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 43.
Just the 2 trash bags with the trash can out of the view of this particular photograph.
And finally, exhibit 44.
Again, just a different angle of those 2 trash bags without the trash can in that photograph. And both of those are, like I said, we're on the front porch of the playhouse.
And those 2 trash bags, you all, when I say you all, I mean law enforcement took them and inventoried what was in there
Yes, sir.
later on. Is that correct?
Yes, and any evidence that was collected that we believe to be probative was sent to our lab for examination.
Agent Fraley, I know you did and you described a number of different things that you did in the course of this investigation. Did you personally interview Ms. Boswell during this whole process?
Yes, sir, I did.
And in the course of your interviews with her, at some point in time, did she make a statement to you in which she finally admitted that Evelyn, in fact, was not missing, but was in fact dead?
Yes, sir. On February 25th, at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Jonathan Licklager and I interviewed Megan.
Okay. And at that time, she told you all that, in fact, Megan was deceased. Is that
Yes,
right?
she,
Okay.
that among other things as well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
During that interview, did she describe or give any description of the clothing that Evelyn was wearing?
She did. She described a purple fleece onesie with penguins on it that she was clothed in.
Okay. Did you describe anything else that was with the body or with
She-
Evelyn?
Yes, she had stated she had wrapped her in a fleece, dark fleece blanket.
And how did you, I know we've seen pictures, but how did you find Evelyn? What was she wearing and what was
Those
she wrapped in?
exactly what Megan had described to us for the clothing and the blanket.
Thank you, Agent Fraley. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott or Mr. Boswell.
Jury's lunch is here, so we're going to strike We'll be back.
Right. Looks like we're on lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you go with the
Yep. Lunch break. Poops. Lunch break. Still no verdict. Jury's still deliberating. Why am I? Oh, I'm like, why have I got two feeds going? Because I swapped them over. Because I'm an idiot. All right. Oh, it's a bit close up, Jody. All righty. What should we do? Said the drunken sailor. Let's have a bit of a let's have a lurk, shall we? Let's lurk away. Let's just check on this, and then actually no, we'll go into Discord, eh? I'll share my screen. I knew it'd be. I knew it. I knew it. I asked him if he was covering this trial yesterday, and he's like, "Oh, I haven't heard of it." And sure as shit. Actually, there was something that he did yesterday. We did a. Oh, where is it? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. All right. So Steve's got a reaction video to the Colin Griffith trial whilst they're on jury watch. It looked quite funny.
All right, everybody. So I thought, you know
I'm
what?
Mr. Serious.
Jury deliberation time. Let's continue the discussion from earlier
I
while
need
we
a
await
shave.
the jury's verdict and talk about what we saw in the defense's closing argument, what we saw then in the follow-up. So obviously, I can see from the poll so far, we've got a rather mixed group here. Out of the 10 votes, we've got 40% saying guilty, 40% guilty of a lesser, hung jury 20%, and nobody saying not guilty. Now, I want everybody to remember that we are privy to details that jury is not. So there's a lot of bias out here. This is one of those cases where us viewing this outside the courtroom.
I was actually thinking about this this morning, given that we are privy to stuff that the jury wouldn't see or hasn't seen, and we watch all the, well, I'll probably give you too much information if we wanted to actually watch it as jurors, but knowing things that we know, we let me try and explain it. So we are all, there we go. It's my channel. I'm going to be the big one. I get the big square. So look, to be individual as we are, like there is no two people the same, genetically, any way at all. Even if you have the same genetic contributions, no two people are alike. And no one has walked your path. No one has had your experience. No one has seen the world through your eyes. So we all bring our own biases too. Yeah, but even identical twins still have different, their personalities are completely different. So we all bring our own personal knowledge and experiences in life to a trial, obviously. That's why the jury process is so important, because they're supposed to be non-biased. And that's why voir dire is so important. That's the whole purpose of the justice system. So whilst we can sit here and analyze the trials and give our opinions and stuff, we need to just remember that we do bring our own personal biases to each situation, because I know that I personally, when it's a DV trial, I do bring my own bias to it. And I look at it through a victim's eyes instead of a non-biased person. Mainly because that's my go-to. So I think by the sounds of it, that's the direction he's headed as well. Because I haven't watched this myself. I quickly flicked through it, and his animations is really funny. So, and then you add on to that the impact that social media has on it, the way they present a case, you know, when things are taken outside of context, it can be spun any way. You can make a narrative to any story that you want, any way you want it spun. So we need to just try and remember to focus on the evidence, the actual factual evidence. No supposition, no, circumstantial. And because we have our own life experiences, we also we decide the amount of weight we put onto that piece of evidence as well. So just have that in mind as you're going through and listening, because at the end of the day, they are innocent until proven guilty. That's the purpose. So because you can't honestly tell me, after listening to that CCTV footage and that attitude, that's normal, because it's not. It's not normal human behavior. It's not motherly. It's not nurturing. It's not kind. It's not gentle. It's not even courteous. It's not even, there is no emotion in it. It's, if she was really concerned about his well-being, there would be some compassion there. Are you okay, honey? Please, I'm begging you. I really know that you want some time out, but I really don't want you to get into trouble. Can you please just get home? You don't need to blackmail. You don't need to sell the car. You don't need to cancel phone contracts. You don't need any of that bullshit. That's coercive control. And if he's had to put up with that for how long? You don't know what his state of mind was at the time of the incident. And she's gone down there. You've seen her worked up right to the end of that. You've seen how she amped herself up. She got in her car and she went there. And she even said, I'm going to get there before you, and it's going to be on, to her mother. So who knows what was said, how it was said, and what happened inside that house. Only two people know.
Side of the measures being taken totally changes how we interpret the evidence, because our perspective is going to be very much colored by the fact that we know what happened in Missouri. We know this guy did something to his father. But this jury is going to be dealing with knowing that there was another incident. He's never been charged. They're not going to know it was his dad unless they already knew this going in, although these
That should have
jurors
been-
were intensely questioned and vetted.
Oh,
In judging
just out
from the defense,
just FYI, this jury for the Megan Boswell trial is sequestered. That means they don't get to go home. They get to stay in a motel and put up, courtesy of the state. And I think was there 17 of them? So yeah, sequestered jury. We're copping it all this week.
and the approach they've taken, we have people who are would be very open to self-defense. They're open to the idea of defending themselves. And I think that this could be a surprising verdict for many, because I want you to kind of, if we were looking at this without the knowledge of what happened in Missouri, what happened between him and his father, what are we looking at here? Now, we know there were some statements made, right? We know that allegedly unrecorded statements made to the grandfather, but there's a problem with those. And what is the problem? Well, the problem is he didn't report them to anybody.
No.
In terms of authorities or police.
And neither did she. Why? Oh, I've discovered some CCTV footage that shows my son is responsible for his father's death. I'm going to hold on to that until I need them. No? Or, oh crap, I better hand the evidence in and let the justice system do what it should.
Until after she passed away. Now, we know she alluded to these, right? But we know she also made a 2.5-hour drive, even in light of whatever it was her father told her that he said.
Yep.
Now, the father says now what he said, but we don't know because the mom never gets into specifics, nor is there a recording of what it was that this guy allegedly said, that Griffith allegedly said to his grandfather. But here's what we do know. We know that this jury is sitting on a set of facts that this mom was definitely mentally disturbed herself. She had problems. And as I said, the defense jumped right on what I said they would. And that is the fact that she had attacked someone else with a knife. So the question is, when they go into a highly charged, highly volatile situation, and they end up in that house together, is it really reasonable to think that beyond a reasonable doubt that this young man it becomes the sole aggressor in this situation? Remember, this woman pursued him. He left. If we were looking at this case in any other light, without any of the back knowledge, we would be saying this young man has been retreating and retreating and retreating. Remember, he was at that house a few days prior. They get into it. What does he do? He leaves and he goes to his grandmother. What does he do in prior incidences? Please get me out of this situation. Now, when he's asked, they say, what would you do if you went back in? He says, eventually I'm going to have to defend myself. He's telling everyone. We're hearing it on the Ring cameras. And what we know is that this lady has tried every bit of manipulation that she could to get her son back. And she drives 2.5 hours and goes and confronts him. We know from the neighbors that there's a confrontation going on. She isn't coming in with candy and his favorite junk food and saying, son, come back home and let me make you dinner. She's telling him, get your butt home. And like we already know, she has a history of confrontational, volatile, and violent issues when she's not getting her way. She ran over her ex's girlfriend's or a member of her ex-boyfriend's family. She stabbed the dad that ended up dying in a domestic dispute of the past. We know that she was involved in domestic occurrences. We know that there were allegations that she hit We know that police came home and saw that she was doing some extremely disturbing punishments for this young man with weights above his head and
that's right.
all these things that were not normal ways that you would handle things. And this young man was being provoked and pushed to his own extent. Now, does that say that he should have hit his mother or done anything like that?
No.
Absolutely not. But he did try. He tried to retreat, and she comes to him. Now, that's where the craziness of this prosecutor is, where he tries to paint this picture that she's got this perfect home with all the amenities and all the things he loves, and all she wants is her son home. Well, we heard the ring camera. We heard the cussing and the berating. And there is, as we talked about on Saturday when I was when I was doing the On the Record podcast with Jody Paul.
Hello.
And we showed the article, which was referencing the study of the damage that verbal abuse
I got first
can have on the psyche of young children. And especially when then you couple it with actual physical abuse, and this woman who we already know is.
Good morning. Hang on. I have something in my ears telling me. Where did that noise come from? No, nothing happening. That's bizarre. I've left the verdict watch video feed unmuted so that it would tell me when the judge came in, and then we had noise in the courtroom, but I don't know where it came from.
The guy Ms. Bluell back
Is,
on the stand, please.
Oh, it's coming from Steve. Oh, come on, Steve.
We already know that this woman is someone who's capable of having violent confrontations, who we know is emotionally unstable. So with that background, and that knowledge, it's not clear cut as the prosecutor would have you believe. It's not this clear cut thing that says, hey, she's just going there out of the goodness of her heart. So where do I think the jury finds in this case without the knowledge? I don't think there's any way they're getting to, in my opinion, the top end of this. I would be very, very surprised if they come in. I think they are going to find some form of a lesser charge. I think it's actually going to be manslaughter, because I think what they're going to think is that he went too far. I think they're going to find manslaughter. That there's this confrontation. Nobody knows who picked the knife up first, but it's very hard for me to believe that.
Well, the juries have got it wrong lately.
A jury could get to premeditated or a premeditated act in this case when this lady pursues him, and with the history. Now, I understand there's the alleged conversation from the grandfather, but if you don't believe him, if there's a question.
When I was going through the grandmother's testimony last night, they actually asked her how involved he was in his children's lives, and obviously I showed you the short where he pretty much deemed Kathy to be damaged goods. So you'd imagine that what that would do to her self-esteem and her sense of self, that's crushing for anybody. But as soon as there was a free trip to California involved, yeah, I'm on board, no worries. Yeah, I'll testify for you, no problem. He didn't have any involvement in their lives pretty much up until that point, according to the grandmother, after their divorce. So
of credibility there. And then you have the other evidence that comes in that shows that this lady had a propensity and had a history of attacking people with knives, and a knife is used. I find it hard to believe that you're going to get to a point where you're going to say, okay, this young man who had did everything up until that moment to try to get away from this woman, and she pursues him, backs him into the corner, takes him into the house. Now, getting to self-defense, I don't know. But it is possible. I could see this jury coming back on self-defense, because if she's attacking him and they think that, and again, I don't know, we weren't seeing the pictures, but if there's any potential way that she's coming at him with the knife and he's going backwards like this, and the positioning of that cut, it's very possible that if they were wrestling around, and remember, he had defensive injuries, he had cuts on his hands. So, meaning there's a possibility that she was coming at him and he was defending himself. And in that process, she gets cut on her neck and bleeds out. Obviously, the statements he makes to the grandfather are disturbing. I think that would be a very good outcome because of what we already know to be the case about his history. That if he gets manslaughter, which is punishable by up to 30 years in Florida, that the judge would then be able to dispense a sentence and potentially even ask for him to receive some sort of mental health counseling and supervision when he gets out. Because I think the biggest fear for everyone in this case, if you've been watching it, is that it just seems like if this young man is acquitted and allowed to walk out of that courthouse, it's not a matter of will he, it's a matter of when, it's a matter of if. He will do this again, I think. And that's very scary because, and it may be the grandmother or it could be a future spouse, but clearly this young man has shown twice now that he's capable of doing this. And the other thing is he can't just walk away without getting, obviously, without getting some form of mental health. Now, the problem is with a straight not guilty, there's no requirement that he gets any mental health help because they're not asking for a not guilty by reason of insanity. They're not raising a mental health defense. So it's very, very scary for the residents of where this young man might live. The thought that he'll be walking around having already killed 2 people. Now, again, I have a strong suspicion that if he were to be acquitted, that the authorities in Missouri may move on him. I don't know. But I just feel like maybe there's some things that were found. Maybe there are some tapes. I don't know. Maybe there's some statements that have since been given that the Missouri authorities would say, you know what, rather than let this kid walk around, we're go ahead and arrest him and take him to Missouri and put him on trial over there and see if we can get a conviction over there. And it's just another opportunity for them to try to keep the community safe from a young man who's very troubled, who's had very troubling relationships with his parents, who's definitely not been in loving relationships.
Come on, Steve.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm actually starting another stream while I'm doing this, so that's why
Of course you are.
background. But who's not been in loving relationships and it is extremely dangerous. I mean, extremely dangerous. So I don't know. I think this is going to be one of those situations, kind of like when I served on the jury, where you get out and you find out about the person that you served on. But you have to understand that they're not here to talk about the dad, and that really can't come in if the judge decides it's not relevant, and that would create bias. On the jury that I served on, the defendant that I was involved in had been previously convicted of crimes against young kids that I didn't even know about. But when I looked up the defendant and was doing research, like I'm sure many jurors do, I realized, holy cow, this guy had a history of this stuff. Now, but the crime he was charged.
Well, he came in hot too, didn't he? Like his attitude was right up there. All right. Shall we delve into the depths of some Discord? Why the hell not? Now, we'll share a screen, shall we? Right there. All right. Who's up for a game? Anyone? Any takers? Ooh, 10 notifications. Oh. All right. What do we got? Let's start from the top. Okay. Did you all see the introduction video I did on Nasiah? Here's my shorts. And look, this today. Oh, why is that 4? Oh, okay. Because I've broken them up. Cool. I like bots. What's happening in the main chat? Grandma. Oh, we have a warning from Grandma. Beware of what you click on. So do I click on it? Okay. Oh, hang on. It's taking me elsewhere. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, it's taking me to a YouTube video. Hang on. Which I need to share for you to be able to see it. Basically. All right, so this is the link that it takes you to. Make it bigger. Didn't really help, did it? All right, ready?
YouTube scam almost destroyed a channel with 500,000 subscribers. But what is it and how do you avoid it? So you get an email from youtube.com, which seems pretty legit, right? It links to a private video from Channel for Creators. Spelt incorrectly. That's your first red flag. Anyway, the video is apparently about monetization updates, which will always get a creator's attention. And it tells you to check the description. But this is where things get really sus. The description has a policy link and a special code, which takes you to a fake DocuSign page. That page will ask you to input a code, and that's when it will download a malicious executable file to your device, which may hack your YouTube channel and who knows what else. So stay alert, always double check emails, and don't click on random private videos. Please share this short.
Thanks, Grandma. I'll consider myself warned. Yeah, let me go back to there. All right. All right, who's no one else has commented in there except for me on Saturday. In Runkle in the house. Okay. Grandma's put it in there, Miss Mandy. Okay. All right, games. Look at that. Oh, staff chat. Uh-oh. What have I done? Have a gander at the definition of, oh. Okay. Nothing exciting in there. All right, let's get to games. Now, this is where we get to choose. Nope, this one. All right. What do we want to do? We have there's colouring, there's the AI avatar creation, there that's nothing, it's poker, magic circle. Oh, that was some silly game thing. I think it looked ridiculous. All right, know what I mean? That's where we get to make memes. Oh, this magic circle, you could ask each other questions and create stuff. Truth or dare. Wheel of names. Now, I'm going to try and come up with something on this. As like you know, a random name draw prize or something. I don't know. where I put people's name in and then it just randomly spins. Or I could make a game where it spin it and that person has to do something. What are we playing? 10? 10's in the house. Do you want to start up a game of poker? Poker? Question mark? There's a quiz. How about we have a look at the quiz? Quiz Planet. That might be a bit easier for everybody. Yeah. Ooh. Oh. Now, what do I have to do? Oh, which did you play? Did you play the quiz? No, I didn't. Why did it give me a? Ooh. Come on, you have to join us in the games social section. Where's the pets pics? I don't care what we do, darling. I just clicked on it. I'm looking for the pet pics. I don't know where I've put it. I know I saw it. Oh, there it is. Oh, this. Yes, I did. Sorry, yes, I did. Look at them. That's on a baby change table. So cute. You jerk. And this is my baby asleep the other day. My big boy. He does actually snore. All right. Quiz buddy. Oh. Science. I beat ya. What term describes the trapping of heat by gases in the Earth's atmosphere? Tap to continue. What is amoxicillin? Where's Tanya? Doesn't she get to go? What carcinogens are the chemical elements in group 16 of the periodic table? Which of the following is not part of this group? That one. Oh, whoops. My bad. Oh, it must be Tanya's turn now, is it? Is Liz here? Yay! Lizzie's in the house. All right. How about body and soul? Why didn't anyone else get a go? Is anyone else answering these? I added you. I added you to the game. Is anyone else playing it? I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just answering questions. So, but I did add you two to it. Come on, Tricia. Let's go. Mastitis. Oh, boobs. Which part of the human body is the oxter? Oxter. Ooh. Ah, look at that. Why? Why? What? Oh, Anna's here. Yay. But why? Definition of very intense uniform beam of electromagnetic radiation best fits what science term? Where is everybody? Why's nobody playing with me? I'm playing by myself. I had all these people and me too. Where are you? I can't see you. Are you all in here? How many electrons are present in a normal atom of helium? Hydrogen, helium, so 2, I think, is CO2. Yay! How many stars make up Orion's belt? Ooh. Ooh, 27 or 9? Yes. Bugger. Oops. See, I've got, why can't we all play the one game? Let me go back. Party. I chose the wrong one. Sorry. Okay. Co-op, team up for the jackpot, challenge your friends. Yeah. Sorry, I was in the duel, not in the party. My bad. It's my first go. So you should all be able to join this now. What fruit is mainly eaten for its juicy seeds? Pomegranate. Ooh, I get a crown. Come on, jump in. This is the group one. It's free for all. Yay! It's a Discord. It's a quiz. A quiz swinger quiz. A mud mask is mostly commonly applied to which part of your body? Duh. Oh, did you? Okay. Teresi's in here too. I can't see you. Can't see you. Are you in my game? Folklore says that if woolly bear caterpillars have especially thick and black coats, it's a sign of what? Harsh winter. Oh. Now things get more challenging. Oh, I missed it. Which of these franchises has never been owned by the Bandai Company? Never fucking heard of them. Yes. Which of these string instruments is traditionally used in Japanese music? Ooh, I'm going to get that. Fuck yeah. Which animal is not able to walk on and cling to seemingly smooth surfaces? I don't know. Oh. Total guess. Total guess. Really tough questions await in the next. Oh, they're too quick. Who's the drummer for the heavy metal band Iron Maiden? Oh, no, Tan's going to get this one. Guess. That's bad. Which of these fashions first occurred earliest? Oh, I'm going to go miniskirt. Bugger. I like a miniskirt. Dan's got the crown. What country is regarded to be the first carbon negative country in the world? Switzerland. Loser. Capital L. Back to lobby. All right. I think we change up the game. Must be your turn to choose 10. Should we do we up for a poker or are we going to keep? What's this? Escape the back rooms. What the hell's that? Oh, that's Cup God. I thought Anna was in here too. So it's me, Liz, and Tanya. What are we playing, guys? I just played yours too. What do you mean? What's that? Oh, there we go. Hey, mister. Hello, darling. Yeah, I sent you the link to this game, T. That music's a bit fucking. How's your father? Settings. Music. Can go down a bit. Thank you. Have feedback or found a bug? No. Now, what's this? Select categories. General knowledge, geography, history, science, animals and plants, body and soul, food and drink. So can anyone choose this? Like, don't be shy. The fuck is that? All right, body and soul. It is. All right. Oh, can you choose more? Science, food and drink, animals and plants. There you go. Play. What species is your thyroid gland shaped like? Why isn't it letting me answer it? Have I frozen? I reckon I might have. Which of the following is not a variety of tomato? These common garden creatures has green blood. Ooh, slug. Should have known that. Things get more challenging. Which organs are affected by the vitamin A deficiency disease known as... Oh, I think it's your eyes. Ah, yeah, I got the crown. Which type of nerve carried commands from the brain to effectors such as muscles and glands? Ooh, be a bit sad if I got that wrong. And therapy was developed to combat depression by challenging unhelpful thoughts and beliefs. Hypnotherapy. Oh, cognitive behavioral. Oh, look at that, 83. Yeah. Come on. Frozen again. Since valency is the number of outermost electrons of an atom, what is the valency of magnesium? If you order veal or chicken Oscar style, what will be absent? Oh, total guess. You use mass to fundamental particles such as electrons and quarks. Ooh. NFI. Winner! Chicken dinner! All right. We'll do something else. Boom, boom, boom. What else have we got? Oh, we could make your avatar. Make an avatar. U10. Where is the avatar app? That one, I think. A female. Oh, okay. All right. Pick your theme. I think I chose mystic character, I think, for my last. No. Oh, I can't remember. Nordic warrior. Okay. Upload my image. Oh dear. Hello, mister. Yes, you own the microphone now. Yes, yes, it's all yours. Get off the keyboard. Upload my image. Oh, someone's in chat. Nope. What have I missed? Oh, Felix, can you not? Hey. Get off the keyboard. Oh. I really need to set up that cat cam again. Little turd. All right, how do I upload a picture? Yes, I'm 18. Oh dear. I don't think I've got any pictures on here of me. Oh, bugger. All right. Well, what other game? How long have we got till their lunch break comes back. When did they go? Actually, we've probably got 10 more minutes left before they're back from lunch. Let's just have a look. No verdict after 9 hours, 13 minutes. All right, we can do a quick 10-minute. Let's get out of here. Pick one, Tan. You pick one. What's bugger off possum? Go for it. Knock yourself out. Choose it. Never heard of it, but I'm going to give it a go. Have I got bugger off possum? Oh, Felix. Yes, darling. Yes. Oh, get your ass out of my face. Get your ass out of my face. Felix. Virtual Fisher. God, there's heaps of shit in here, isn't there? Death by AI. Putt party. Perfect your putts. No thanks. I'm crap at golf. I'd rather watch grass grow. I don't see this about a bit of truth or dare. Oh, it's not a game, there's one in your yard. All right, come on, let's have a game of truth or dare. Play truth or dare in your Discord server. Gives a random never have I ever question to be answered. Gives a random would you rather question to be answered. Gives a paranoia question. No, we'll skip that one. Gives a truth or dare question. Random question. Dare question. Truth question. Okay, so you have to put in those commands, I'm thinking. No, neither do I. That's all right. I have to start the activity first, I think. Do I? Yes. Truth or dare. Add up. Felix, stop being a puff. Now, how do I play it? Right, so didn't I just do this? And right. I don't know what I'm doing. No idea. Right, I think we need to change because this is bullshit. I don't know. I can't find where to launch it. It's not letting me launch it. Oh. Where was the start game, motherfucker? Would you rather be a character on Lost or be a character on Heroes? How do I answer it? Oh, that was exciting. Would you rather be a famous musician or a famous visual artist? Oops, spelled that wrong. Oops. Where was that? There was a game in here. And it was something to do with you answered questions. Maybe it was this one. Yeah, I think so. Ooh, elevator music. Oh, awesome. Don't ask me what I just did, but Area 51. See aliens and other government secrets. Find my ops address and dox them. A graveyard make people think it's haunted. If you had an invisibility and could secretly be any place, where would you go? Area 51 to see aliens. Oh, that's the, okay. That's their results. Okay. Yeah, this was good. Oh, okay. What's this? Crimes against huge manatees? No. Question. Close friends? Yes. Need more players? This game works best with 3. Come on, Liz. Come on. Jump on in. Where are you? Come on. Back. Come on, where are you? Oh, there we go. Okay. Yay. Play. Where are you, Tricia? Choose a theme. Spicy. Pick a prompt. If you swapped bodies with me, what's the first thing you would do? Guess which answer they picked. Waiting for one player to write their answer. Come on, Liz. Write your answer. Oh, too late. Not with her. Yeah, fair enough. I was only given one option. Now what do I do? Oh, still waiting for you, Liz. Put an answer in. You got to type something. Judge's pick. How can I? Am I supposed to write an answer as well? All right, Liz, you need to choose the prompt. You should see two choices in front of you. Pick one. Oh, Liz, you're on the wrong one. You're on Truth or Dare. How would I get revenge? uh, what? What happened there? I just landed a role in a movie. What type of movie is it? Sorry. I couldn't think of anything else. So you got one choice. Waiting for me. What would I go to jail for? I'll listen to us here playing the quiz game. Well, that was easy. Hello, mister. Hello. All right, so we join Liz and Teresa in the quiz. Oh, Felix, for goodness sake. Bling. Boo, I see you. Woohoo. Ah, Teresa jumped out. Come on. parte. All right, should we do co-op? Yay! Or versus. Versus. What subjects? Pick your categories. Pick one each. Or are you not able to do it? There we go. What's going on? S'mores are traditionally made with graham crackers, chocolate, and what other? Never heard of it. Which one of the following types of bear is capable of swimming hundreds of miles through icy water? Where did everyone go? We came over here to join them and they buggered off. Oh, Georgia? Yay! There she is. Which illness is particularly common in the Vietnam War veterans that were exposed to Agent Orange? Oh. What is the name of the traditional footwear worn in the Netherlands? Ooh. Never heard of it. How does Teresa get in? Scotch egg. Ah, I know what that is. That's English, that is. That's weird British. Oh, that's Scottish. Which ancient country was beer first used to make bread rise? Japanese word for dog. Ichi. Oh. Worcester Pearmain. Oh. Winner, chicken dinner. All right. I think we go because I think they will be back any minute and I need a wee. All right. Share. Oh dear. Should have muted that. Bit of thunder down under. Oh dear. I cracked myself up. Yeah, anyways. Now we're going back. I'm going to end on a high note. And I need a wee. You guys can play. All right. I'll leave this set up whilst I go and empty said bladder. Oh, I've got a floppy microphone. Nobody likes a floppy mic. I'll be back.
Two channels coming together. Oh, yeah. True crime team, you better know. After the facts and defense rest. Let's go. Bringing justice, doing their best. Woo. Facts are flying, truths unfolding. Criminals shaking, their stories holding. Defense rest, got the legal mind. Together they solve, justice they find. Woo. All rise, the truth's in the house. Y'all bring it up, breaking it down. Hear that call? Facts and defense, a mighty blend. Oh yeah, justice ain't gonna bend. Gavel hits, the facts commence. Defensive moves, we've got the sense. Teamwork strong, no crime secret. Yeah, they're bringing justice. Best believe it. Ooh, yeah. Trials and tribulations, we see it live. Live stream best, they will survive. Keep it real. Hold you accountable, you can't flee. No way. Truth and law, you can't disagree. All rise, the truth's in the house. Y'all bring it up, breaking it down. Hear that call? Facts and defense, a mighty blend. Ooh yeah, justice ain't gonna bend.
When the state dismissed one count of the indictment, and asked that prior to me cross-examining or asking Mr. Fraley about any statements that Ms. Boswell made to him, that I bring that up outside of the presence of the jury. Since then, it's my position, unless I misheard something, I think Mr. Harper questioned him about statements that Ms. Boswell had made to him. And I think that opens the door for me to be able to cross-examine him about the statements that were made. As a doctrine of completeness, you put in part of a statement, the whole statement.
I didn't elicit any testimony about what she said.
You asked in a statement to him, she ultimately admitted that the child.
Okay. But I mean, for him to listen, I mean, it's self-serving hearsay. I mean, it's,
Well, I have to see the statement.
well, there's no written statement.
Once they,
There's no written statement.
it's recorded, it's 2 hours long, so thereabouts. But once they ask, I think I'm entitled to ask about the entirety of the statement. I think that's the law. It's called, the court's well aware it's doctrine is complete, this case law is complete with it.
Judge, it's hearsay. I mean, just it's flat out hearsay for him to try to put that in.
It's
Me too. Look, it's something different to do, isn't it? So they're trying to decide whether or not the door has been opened for the defence to cross-examine this witness on some certain testimony that he gave with regards to, I think, talking to Megan Boswell herself, if I recall, which is hearsay. I think the judge is reviewing the court transcript. Hence the delay. Jury has been deliberating for 9 hours, 43 minutes. On the verdict clock, nothing yet. Oh, message. Tanya, did you just buy tickets? You fucker? Really? When is that? 26th of Feb. That sounds fucking awesome. 10, you're far too generous, mate. You're a fucking legend. Oh, yeah. All right. While we're waiting for that. So, the other day, Tanya sent me information because one of the venues close to us has an event on, and it just so happens that it is. I wonder if I can get it up. Let me have a look and see if I can find the website, and I'll show you. There it is. Okay. So she sends me this link, and it just so happens that we're doing the bloody underbelly theme, and there is a true crime underbelly thing on the 26th of February. John Sylvester and Andrew Rule. All right. Underbelly Live, true crime. Be warned, this show is uncensored with some shivering revelations from the men that actually know what happened. All the inside word from Melbourne's underworld, up close and personal with two of the finest crime writers and authors in Australia. John Sylvester, Sly of the Underworld, journalist, crime thief, chief crime writer for The Age, best-selling author with a regular crime show on Melbourne's 3RW, and Andrew Rule, Australia's Media Hall of Fame, journalist of the year, Herald Sun crime writer. Tobacco Wars, Easy Street, Mushrooms, Greg Lynn, and all the ins and outs of Melbourne's underworld war. Get in quick, this show will sell out. It's a pre-sale ticketed event. Don't delay. And Tanya has just bought us tickets to go because she is an absolute fucking legend. What would I do without you, sweetheart? That made my day. A little bit brighter, thank you. Majority of these shows are all ages. They have a legal parental Oh, I'm glad you're coming with me because I can't be trusted. Do you need to escort anyone under the age of 18 or cripples? We ask no videos or recording on the night. Oh! The nature of these shows are designed to be an exclusive look into the players' lives, both on and off the field, and stories to be only discussed behind closed doors. Oh, come on. Updated and uncensored. Oh, we'll have to go and listen to the podcast. No refunds unless the show is cancelled. If in the unlikely event the show is to be moved date due to unforeseen circumstances, no refund requests will be accepted. If the date is to be changed, your original ticket will be valid. Oh, that's all right. They didn't have concession? I don't need the address. I know exactly where the York on Lino is because I used to live walking distance from it. Let me zoom in and I'll show you where I used to live. Did it. A bit more. All right, where's York Road? Okay, the roundabout. So this is the York on Lino here. You go up York Road here. And see that road there, Hawkins? Yep. That was me. Number 20. Right behind the school, Christian Fellowship. So, yeah, I was about here, I think. Yeah, just about here, I reckon. What does that say? Press control. Oh, press control and scroll. Oh, to zoom the map. Control and scroll. Control and scroll. No, won't go any further than that. I better put that in the diary. Blacko. They're still arguing on the... oh, no, sorry, the judge is still reading. These two authors. Have you? Yeah. How funny is it that all this stuff is coming out now? Like, there's 2 new underbelly murders come out in the last month, and now this. It's in the pub. It's one of the event rooms. It's right next to the bistro. I think they do. I'm not sure if it's on YouTube, but what if I go back and have a look? I know they have a podcast, but doesn't say what the name of the podcast is. Maybe just type in Underbelly podcast or John Sylvester. I don't know.
So, under a 106 evaluation, what, I guess the question is.
Yes, here we go.
Well, that's exactly my point, Judge. There's nothing misleading about what I asked. I didn't ask anything about what Miss Boswell
Copy.
said. I didn't elicit any testimony whatsoever about a statement that she made. All I asked was whether or not she admitted.
I'll
that
drop
she
it in
was
chat.
dead. There's nothing misleading about that, and nothing about what he's going to ask. As far as that, all it does is further their theory. It doesn't in any way clear up any misconception or misleading.
Why is yours
information
different
that
to
I
mine?
Presented from that.
I sent the URL.
In the defendant's murder trial, the court erred in denying the admission of the videotape of defendant's statements. However, the error was harmless because the evidence of defendant's guilt was overwhelming and nothing on the videotape remotely implied that the defendant was innocent of the crime. So, not knowing, I don't know what's on this tape. I haven't seen it. Today, hearing about it. So that's what I'm asking.
My understanding of that doctrine, it doesn't, I don't have to show that there's something misleading. I don't
That's
have to-
absolutely, it does. I mean, it's right out of the, right out of
Can I
the.
finish? I'll listen to you. I mean, no disrespect to anyone here. I'm not trying to upset anyone. But in Torres, there was an issue about that. There are other cases besides Torres. That's the first one I pulled up. There's a State versus Brewer it's the same thing. It's an issue of fundamental fairness. They ask about the statement, and they say, I can't ask about the parts I want to ask about. And if we need to take a minute, I've asked the court for a minute so we can print a couple of those cases and make sure I want to do this right. I know you want to do it right.
You've got the cases on that.
Judge, I think there's a good explanation in the unpublished case of State versus Dylan Brewer. That could be found in 2019 Westfall 1109917. I forwarded that to your assistant and asked her if she would print it. I have not. And I've given that citation to the state as well.
And Judge, I would go back to the part, the rule requires that a writing or recorded statement or part thereof be introduced by a party. I did not introduce any part of her statement. I asked Detective Fraley if she ultimately admitted that her child was dead. I didn't ask what she said. I didn't ask how she did, if she did it, if she admitted she did it, if she said she didn't do it.
What you asked was if she made a statement to you, in which she get. I mean, I heard her back. If that's what you want me to do, I mean.
I would further point the court that the footnotes to the rule of completeness 106 clearly talk. Mr. Scott said it didn't, but it clearly says rule providing that when a writing or written recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part or any other writing which ought in fairness to be considered contemporaneously with it, provides an adverse party a mechanism for putting portions of the writing into context if the portions would otherwise be misleading. There's nothing misleading about what I asked Agent Fraley. He's not trying to clarify anything. Unless he's in some way trying to insinuate that the child wasn't dead.
Well, we're gonna take a minute. I'm gonna look at whatever cases.
Yes, they're having a hard time going through it. We can have a minute. I'll collect and send them back. I just make the time to do it. Back to your staff.
Okay.
may have to step out for a few minutes.
Yeah, we'll take, we're still on, we're still on the rail.
God, we're just starting after lunch. It's 5:30 in the morning. Burrito roll 7. What the fuck? Oh, there's no sound at the court, Dale. They've turned the sound off while the judge is reading. Yeah. Yeah. No change in the Griffiths trial. 10 hours on the clock. I might actually go and search, see if there's any more on that socialite trial, because there wasn't anything a couple of hours ago. There may be now. A snippet somewhere. Oh, Miss Mandy's live. Oh. Huh. You're watching what I'm watching. There you go. Might as well watch Mandy then.
I am not in pursuit, trying to catch up.
We forgive them, Moshe. Driving through people's yards.
Suspects driving on a sidewalk, white male, blue shirt, black pants. Dirt bikes continuing back, heading towards Edgewood, grass.
98, what are you
I am not
doing?
in pursuit. It's County and license Sarah and suspect's vehicle is continuing not
Triggered the
driving.
commenters. I got said,
I'll take a
hey,
second
defense
in the
rest. How
area.
you doing, Jody? Jody, do you want to come up?
Hey, County, got multiple patients like down, he's still down Edgewood.
Oh,
Eastern County is back on Gavin Parkway going out towards Edgewood now.
that's true, 98. They're old enough to serve the country. They're old enough to. Oh, you're still streaming? Okay. I'm redirecting to you. I already told you. Is he dancing? What was he doing? Or were they trying to point him in the right direction? I've seen several people now that it went another second. Yeah, they're saying go back that way. Okay.
That way?
The officer is informed by several bystanders that the suspect turned down a road
Oh,
that
so I
only
actually
has
went
one.
off. That's why. Oops. Where's my feed? Yeah, still waiting. God almighty. Can you imagine sitting in that box? Yeah, me too. Should do. Well, it's been 4.5 hours. Maybe I should just leave this on a sleep stream and go to bed. I've got 3 appointments this afternoon. Joy. Yep. You're welcome to take over town if you want. You can do it from wherever. I might, yeah. I'm getting weary. I'll leave the stream running and go and watch it in bed, I think. And then I'll cut it at the end. So, sleep timer. No. Yeah, I do. You go to bed too. All right. I'm gonna leave it open. I'll leave the stream open and I'll try and log in on the bedroom. Yeah. Yeah. 5:45. And yeah, that's it for me. You're welcome. Oh dear. I've had one for the last couple of days too. I've had to take extra cortisone to counteract it. All right. I shall go and log in on my iPad and watch on my telly. And if I've got something to say, I will jump on and say it. Alrighty. Enjoy the rest of your watching. Night, Dylan. Night, all. I'll be back. Ron. Later, Ron.
All right, Mr. Scott, you handed me four,
Five.
three, four cases.
4, I think. Right here. Judge, I handed you the unpublished case of State versus Brewer, and that case contains a pretty good explanation of that it does cite to several published cases. If you go to, if the version you have of Brewer has a page 12 at the bottom, does it?
Yep.
If you go down to the last paragraph of page 12, it talks about 106 is a rule of timing and admissibility, and talks about whether it's not immediately clear where it would admit the introduction of otherwise admissible hearsay. That paragraph goes on to state, though, however, it has long been the law in the state when a part of a confession or admission is entered into evidence, the defendant is entitled to have the jury consider the entire confession. That cites Curry versus State, 397 Southwest 2nd, 179 at 181. That's Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And Samblin v. State, 387 Southwest 2nd, 817 at page 820. And that's, again, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And they go on in this case, they talk about when a confession is admissible, the whole of what the accused said upon the subject at the time of making the confession is admissible and should be taken together. If the prosecution failed to prove the whole statement, the accused is entitled to put into evidence all that was said to him or by him at the time which bears on the subject of controversy, including exculpatory or self-serving declarations connected herewith. It is for the jury to say what weight shall be given to several parts of that statement. For they may well believe the part that which charges the prisoner and reject that which tends to exculpate him. And that's a direct quote from State versus Robinson, 622 Southwest 2nd, 62 at page 71, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1980. And in this case, in Brewer, the Court of Criminal Appeals goes on. This case is kind of almost on all fours the way I see it. The Rule 106 here in Brewer, the state examined on direct examination a witness about a statement. It did not put in a play that it put the physical statement in, nor did the officer read the statement verbatim. But they said the rule of fairness should allow you to place the whole statement in. And I think, Mr. Fraley was asked in this case, he was asked about taking a statement. I think he was asked a couple of times about taking a statement. And he was asked about her admitting that the child was dead. Well, certainly in a missing persons case, when you admit to the police that it's been shown and alleged that you're lying to, and Mr. Fraley, although the court granted an objection, said earlier that she was telling lies. And then when she fesses up and says the baby is dead, certainly the court should take that as a confession. And I think he was asked about the baby being dead, and the response was that the baby was dead, among other things. So that leaves that out there for the jury to be wondering what the other things are. That's my recollection. That's Mr. Horn's notes. Now, that's essentially my argument. I'll rely on the other cases I gave you, but I think that Brewer case gives the best explanation. Although it's an unpublished case, the cases it cites to certainly are published. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those. If not, I'll yield to Mr. Harper.
Yeah.
Judge, I would agree with Mr. Scott. I think the Brewer case is on point. I would disagree with him as to how he's reading it. However, one, I don't think anything about what I elicited was in any way a confession by Miss Boswell. And two, I would rewind a little bit from where Mr. Scott quoted on page 12 of the opinion, because the danger that we're trying to avoid here is misleading the jury by providing only inculpatory parts or parts that somehow make the defendant put the defendant in a bad light, and not putting forth the parts that are inculpatory or in some way would mislead the jury about the proof. And in the paragraph above where Mr. Scott quoted the rule of completeness that was explained by the Supreme Court, it talks about that the rule must do one of the following, and then it lists 4 things. 1, explain already admitted proof. 2, place admitted proof in context. 3, avoid misleading the trier of fact. Or 4, ensure a fair and impartial understanding of the already admitted proof. Well, what he's trying to elicit doesn't do any of that stuff.
See, that's my problem. My problem is I don't know what he's trying to do.
Well,
I have not been told yet.
All right, I guess I'll go ahead. I believe he's trying to elicit that what Ms. Boswell told Agent Fraley was that her.
Step out.
And Mr. Scott can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what he's trying to elicit is that Ms. Boswell told Agent Fraley that Hunter Wood, the defendant's boyfriend, rolled over and killed the child. And that was what she told Agent Fraley at that time. I don't know how that corrects in any way his statement that she admitted the child was dead. I mean, if anything, that's the fact she was there is more inculpatory to elicit that than it is correcting any sort of misleading impression that might be out there as a result of what Agent Fraley's already testified to.
Are you satisfied that that's an accurate summary of what the proof is, or do I need to hear the whole 2 hours?
I would,
Because there's, in this case, I don't recall which one it is, but yeah, one of the arguments was that the defendant on possibly the post-conviction case, there was argument that because the judge relied on the summary of the proof instead of reviewing the entirety of it, that the judge couldn't make an adequate decision.
I think, and Mr. Harper can correct me if I'm wrong, I think I'm generally satisfied with what he's saying, but she explained how the baby died, where the baby, or maybe not where the baby went, but I think that Hunter took it in that statement. Am I right about that? She gives an explanation. And I guess what I'm trying to say right now is it's fundamentally unfair. And I think it does satisfy at least 1 or 2 of those things that Mr. Harper's talking about in the paragraph above from Brewer. Explains the already admitted proof and puts it in context. Well, right now you have a case where the jury's heard this TBI agent say, yeah, she's lied and she's basically led us on wild goose chases, but she finally admits the baby's dead without putting in the full explanation of what she told them. And I think for the jury to hear that, there's no mention of anyone else and what was put in. She tries to explain to him what happens, and I think it explains it, and it avoids misleading the trier of fact from the standpoint of the jury. You don't know what this proof is. Mr. Harper and me, Mr. Harper, Ms. Massengill, we know it, and I think you said that's where you're struggling. Well, you have.
Obviously, it's where I'm struggling because the test that the Tennessee Supreme Court has given to the trial judge is that it is an issue of fundamental fairness. It isn't an issue of one snippet of one statement misleads the jury. That's not the test. That's not the question. The question is it fundamentally unfair if I, as the trial, don't allow you to put in the entirety of the statement based on the very narrow, and I understand General Harper was being very careful and cautious in what he was asking. So what I think where we're at is that I'm going to have to, is it transcribed? Is it audio? Is it video?
Print. It's 2 hours.
Well,
I guess we could fast forward. To
I think I've got a clip of just that portion.
Well, here's the other thing. If you want to give me just a clip, obviously it speeds it up today. But then if the jury ultimately convicts, then on post-conviction or during the appeal, the argument's going to be, oh, well, the judge he didn't review the entirety of the statement. And therefore, he couldn't have made an appropriate determination. So here's where we're at. It's my opinion, and believe me, there's nobody in this courtroom who wants to keep this case moving. But it's my opinion that you're going to have to give me the audio, video, whatever it is, and I'm going to have to go back to chambers, and I'm going to have to review it. And then I can come out here and make a decision based on this law. I think that's where we're at. I don't want to send the jury away, but I'm not going to make them sit out here for 2 hours.
I think maybe you're going to have to. I mean, if I'd have known this was going to come up, if they'd have known, we'd have brought this up. But
I'm not mad at anybody.
But I do think the court needs to consider when you do this, is this a confession? Because those state Supreme Court cases that are cited in Brewer go back to 1965, and I don't think.
Well, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. And the last case that you gave me gives me this freedom. I'm not going to go back to 1965. I'm going to rely on the rules of evidence as they've been enacted in this state now for some time, in the cases that talk about the rules of evidence. 1965 predates our rules of evidence.
I understand that.
Even our Supreme Court in one of these cases says, look, the defendant in that case made arguments relying on the old cases. And the Supreme Court says, look, we're going to look at this under what the rules of evidence say, and that's where that's my story.
I want you to understand my position is this. I think the defendant under due process protections given to her by both the Tennessee Constitution, the federal Constitution, has a right to fundamental fairness. And I think those cases, that's what they're talking about, is fundamental fairness. So
okay, just sit there.
I'm not sure that there's a difference if there's the rules of evidence provide for fundamental fairness. I understand what you're saying. And if I'm wrong, I think we're on the same page at least. What needs to be done.
I'll find it. I'll comment about it when we get
Yes, sir.
where we're at right now. I'm going to have to bring the jury in. I'm going to send them, since this is day one and they've not been to the hotel yet, I'm going to go ahead and just send them to the hotel. I'm going to have to listen to or watch.
It's video.
It's video.
And they have the whole issue about whether I can see and hear what's being said. I've had another case where I had Sullivan County videos that I could not hear.
These are pretty clear, Judge. There should be any problems.
So I need to bring the jury in. Well, Lieutenant, so you know, I'm going to go ahead and send them to the hotel.
Yes, sir.
let them get settled in.
Yes, sir.
We'll go back. I need to go in.
Your Honor, I think if you, did we not get in that other case, those
I
statements
still
with the
got it.
Bluetooth,
I still got it.
did it work that way? Okay.
One stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed lunch first. Second, we've got a legal issue that's come up that I have to do a little bit of research so I can come to the right conclusion. And it's going to slow us down a little bit. But since this is the first day of sequestration, I'm going to go ahead and have the officers take you to the hotel so you can get settled in. Your luggage should already be there. I think they've already told you all that. Then they'll take you out to dinner tonight to some undisclosed restaurant somewhere in the Tri-Cities. But before you go, I'm required by law to give you certain admonitions. One, you're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to the jury. You're to report promptly to this court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any member of the jury. You're also to report promptly to the court a juror's violation of any of these admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in this trial. Okay? Now, we'll start back at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I will see you then.
One stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right. So, y'all, we'll be in recess till 8:30 in the morning. I need y'all to get that statement to me and James.
I'll get back something else.
Yeah.
Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule and the defense rests.